Good morning, Commissioners. The Chief is absent today. Mr. Tiefank will be joining us shortly. Madam Secretary, Mr. Inspector General, Mr. City Attorney, and members of the public. Today is Tuesday, September 28th, 2021. It is 9:31 a.m. This is a special meeting of the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Good morning, Commissioner Briggs,
Present.
Commissioner Decker,
Present.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Kalanche absent, Commissioner Sobroff.
Here.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Also present, we have the Executive Director, the Inspector General, and the City Attorney. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We welcome everyone attending this morning. All public comment will be heard during item 1 today on the agenda. We will dedicate a total of 45 minutes to public comment. Members of the public will have 1 minute per agenda item for a maximum of 2 minutes total. At the request of the speaker will be given 1 additional minute for general public comment for a maximum of 3 minutes total. Members of the public who participate in public comment are reminded that they can speak to any item on the agenda or a matter within the jurisdiction of the Board of Police Commissioners. Public comment is your opportunity to address the board, so you are free to express your opinion on matters before the board and to generally express when you disagree with other opinions expressed. However, directing your comments to other individuals who have spoken or attacking others who have expressed their opinions shall be deemed off topic, and your public comment period will be concluded. Members of the public, if you choose to participate in the public comment portion of the agenda, you can participate in this meeting in one of a number of ways outlined on the agenda. Today, before we go to public comment, I want to say a few words about an issue that has been raised by a number of the members of the public in their written letters to the Board of Police Commissioners. What I want to say is that I hear you, we hear you loud and clear. When I accepted the position as president of the Board of Police Commissioners, I made it clear that one of my top priorities was public safety. I believe that public safety is a paramount concern of any municipality. I personally find it appalling that the personnel of a department charged with public safety would willfully, intentionally, and brazenly endanger the lives of those they have taken an oath to protect. I'm talking about those individuals who openly disregard the solemn promise they made to protect the citizens of Los Angeles by refusing to be vaccinated. The fact that someone who swore to protect the citizens of the city would instead act to cause harm to citizens is intolerable. As we are all aware, the City Council has adopted a measure that requires all city employees to be vaccinated. As legally required, the City Council included 2 exemptions to that mandate. However, it appears that more than 2,000 LAPD employees are attempting to take advantage of one of those exemptions, and that is extremely dubious. Our citizens need to be protected from a virus that has killed millions, that has left a deadly toll on humanity, that has caused untold suffering and pain. I ask each officer who is yet to receive the vaccine to do so. You swore an oath to protect and serve. You need to uphold that oath. Madam Secretary, please open it up for public comment. Thank you.
Okay, our first caller is caller ending 3146, followed by MJ King.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, what items did you like to speak on?
I'd again like to continue with Kevin Carr in the 2 closed sessions. Of course, the regular agenda item, 2 closed sessions.
3 minutes.
Great. Halito Chimichakma. I wanted to take 13 seconds to honor the 12 Marines that died and 1 Navy seaman medic for 13 seconds. Without them, there's no commission. Now, on Kevin Carr, what I noticed after that and the 2 closed sessions today, there needs to be shields in the car. Why are they not in the cars? Because I see officers waiting around. Well, is there a shield? Where's their shield coming? Where is it? Why aren't there shields in every car? They're so small, right? And after Carr was shot, there were too many officers on scene. This guy's dead. He's on the ground, and he's got like 25 cars there. And none of them are bulletproof, right? So there was almost no need to shoot Kevin Carr. Nobody knows that he was going to shoot anybody. This is the very dark area where the Graham versus O'Connor gets to allow them to shoot people. And this is a tough one because those people after that said that the police saved their life. And yet the police officers get crapped on all the time, like they're killing people. So this is a tough area. Even I do this. So officers tells me but there was another one with today. There were officers telling people they know are not the suspects. The suspect was in the back, and they were telling them, if you move the wrong way, you're going to get shot. And that is sick and disgusting. And see, with body armor, there's no need for officers to talk to people like this. And the lives of the 2 people in front were going to be totally fine. The assailant in the back, he didn't have the gun at the time, right? So what would have happened, though, if the mom moved the wrong way and the female officer shot up the mom? We found out she was unarmed. What problem would the LAPD be looking at with that problem? So you talked about building trust, and let's move on to the what's on the docket today for the aftermath stuff. So the policy should be voted on by the people, like the Graham O'Connor. That shouldn't be a Supreme Court decision. It should be by the people. So page 6, you trust building. Well, the trust building's lacking, right? I don't know if I can get through all of this. I'll try. 15, recruits, right? It should only be the walk-ins. LAPD is recruiting people that really might not be the best recruit, but you wouldn't know. How about page 23, transparency? Well, right now it's not transparent. We can't see your face. I know I said I can't stand looking at your face, and then the docket went up. This is wrong. Page 40, psychological assessment. That needs to happen to the toilet mayor, the chief, and the commission is corrupt because of that. Y'all.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have MJ King, followed by Zach Sherwin.
Good morning. I'm speaking on all items and public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Why is there no chief's report today? The public has a right to hear from the head of this department. Many articles were published in the LA Times this past week exposing the COVID crisis within LAPD, one of 2 public departments responsible for more than half of the county's COVID cases. Affirming what we already know, LAPD are the biggest super spreaders. Over 26,000 Angelenos lost to COVID. That was preventable. Officers put more time into whining over simple safety measures than keeping Angelenos safe. Your petulance is deadly. City employees are to be fully vaccinated by early October, and so must officers, or they should be terminated. I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Briggs, at the top of this meeting, but are you going to actually act on it? End the 45-minute time limit on public comment. This is unreasonable for a city as large as LA. And what LAPD did to William Good yesterday was disgraceful. We see you attempting to silence those who highlight your misconduct by arresting them. On items 3A, no more funds should be allocated to LAPD until they're held accountable for their misconduct. Releasing the 183-page document 1 business day before it's to be voted on because LAPD knows they can't be touched. Where's the accountability? Over 62% of Angelenos support redirecting some of the police budget to local programs, and over 36% support proposals to dismantle police departments completely. That's all I have time for. I'm next to give comment at the Board of Supervisors meeting because y'all schedule your meetings at the same time to suppress our voices. Stop wasting our tax dollars, $8 million a day, grow some oversight, and fire Chief Moore.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Zach Sherwin, followed by Hamid Khan.
Yes, I'd like to speak to quote, unquote. Oh, wait, 3 minutes. I'd only like to speak to one of the items. No, I'm just kidding. I'll take the full nope, I want to speak to all of the items on the agenda plus an additional minute for public comment. I hope I can get to everything. Can I have my 3 minutes reinstated? Thank you. Okay, so why don't you, this just demonstrated the ludicrousness of this ridiculous bureaucracy that you subject everybody to go through. We're adults, treat us that way. Just put 3 minutes on everybody's clock, which you do by default anyway, and let people stop talking early if they want. I say this week after week, but seriously, we're all reasonable grownups. Why don't you do whatever stuff you need to do to make this happen? It's ridiculous that you make us spend time on this procedural bullshit, but it's emblematic of the lack of meaningful action that is the hallmark of this commission I've come to learn over the past few years. Commissioner Briggs, that was an interesting thing to hear you say. It's the most direct language we've heard about what this commission thinks about the unvaccination plague that is spreading through this, that has spread, that already was primed to be in place in this police department. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear what more you can do than strongly say that I mean, it doesn't seem like the police are too inclined to respect the opinions of this commission and just sort of like turn it around and start acting the right way on their own. I'm curious about what else you could do. I'm also curious about whatever comment Steve Soberoff had to say. Commissioner Briggs, he raised his hand and you cut right to public comment. And man, I was really, really interested to hear what that bold man of action was going to say about this important issue. Why isn't Chief Moore here? Why isn't one of his underlings here to represent the chief's report section of the agenda? We've come to expect that that's a common practice. When the chief can't be here, his absence this week is notable. One might be tempted to conclude or suspect that the chief didn't want to face the music that has been playing so loudly and rhythmically and unrelentingly over the past week, the past months. That man needs to go. I say it to his face and I'll say it when he's not here. I don't know, if anybody else were falling down on the job as hard as Chief Moore is, they would have been gone long ago. Even just the fireworks incident of June, that's cause enough to get that man out of here. That is where the buck stops. Make it stop. Why was Melina Abdullah swatted again last week? Why were LAPD officers sent to her house? There's these issues that are glaring, these elephants in the room. It takes months for Commissioner Briggs just to say, to take 45 seconds at the beginning of this meeting after months for one of you, based on the letters. I mean, that's why those letters come into you, is that so you'll acknowledge the realities of what's happening in this city. Your silence is sinister and dismaying. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Hamid Khan, followed by Ted Trubinsky.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items do you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, first of all, just echoing what just Zach Sherman said, that, why the heck isn't anybody there from the rotten leadership of LAPD to give us the update? And those updates have been a joke as well. I mean, given the complete leadership failure, given the corruption in the LAPD with the amount of lawsuits that have been filed, the amount of killings that LAPD engage in, the failure to engage the community after the bomb explosions and everything else, I mean, we need to have a much more detailed accounting of what goes on day to day and what goes on through the years, which costs people a whole lot of money out of their pockets as well. And then, you reduce everything else to 45 minutes, then you go into these closed sessions, which brings me to the whole issue of the after action implementation report. And here we go again, Bonner. I mean, I remember when you were raising these issues about where LAPD continues to want more money, more training, more equipment, more claims of building relationship, more claims of building trust in the community. We've been, generations before us have been hearing this. It's since 1869, then since this goddamn department was formed about 152 years ago. If it hasn't happened in over 150 years, you expect that to change? You expect them to not come back and circle around, which is exactly what they're doing, asking for more money. And yeah, they're kind of just trying to put up this facade that we started off with $65+ million and it's down to 18.44 or some number like that. But when you look through the details, what are we finding out? A massive expansion of the surveillance state, over $12 million in new trainings. And when you look at the surveillance state, and that connects me to the officers involved shooting, it further expands the conditions on the ground, that how people are targeted, how people are criminalized, how people are tracked, how people are stalked, and how people are murdered, like it happened in laser zones, like it happened to Jesse Romero, like it happened to Gusharia Mack, and we can go on and on with these numbers. And now you're further expanding that, like we said last time as well, about surveillance of social media, that let's now capture everything, even in the sanctuary of their homes, you are going to be targeting them, or you're going to be tracking them and stalking them as well. Then we talk about, now expanding, and this is exactly what the Stop LAPD Spying Coalition said 5 years ago, rejecting the use of body cameras, that how this is going to expand the surveillance state as well. That now you're looking to build an automated speech recognition system or other efficient system for body-worn cameras. Well, that could be a potential violation of California's law as well. But what the point here being that this whole massive expansion of the surveillance state, which leads to putting people in secret lists, which leads to this constant tracing and tracking of people, is where points of contact are made, is where harm happens. We don't even know about the kicking, the abuse.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ted Trubinsky, followed by Richie.
Good morning, items 1 and 3.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Good morning. Officers should be held to the same standards as other city employees in response to the COVID vaccination status. Briggs, if you believe what you said at the head of this meeting, we expect to see these officers held accountable immediately. We've been talking about this officer vaccination for months. Where's the action? What are we going to see? Again, we appreciate the words, but especially after learning about what happened to William Good last night. He was arrested in Hollywood by Officer Nelson, whom he had an active complaint against. I'm honestly not surprised that an officer who is actively spreading COVID in my neighborhood is also punitively arresting citizens. As another citizen, I feel nothing but distrust for these officers patrolling Hollywood, specifically those responding to edged weapon and behavioral crisis complaints, which I've walked past multiple times. This meeting started with Briggs, you speaking directly to the petulance of some of the officers in response to COVID. Yeah, that's the same attitude that has rallied a cry for defunding the police in general from the public. We believe these officers are out of control, and that is top down. We want Chief Moore fired. He's clearly incompetent. I'm not surprised not to see him at this meeting. I'm also super disappointed in the implementation of item 3A, more money, more training, more resources, all of the opposite of what we're asking for. We want to see a reduction in this department, not an increase and an expansion. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Richie, followed by Steve Rogers.
Hi, yes, all available items, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yes, this is Richie from Richie Serdenko from the People's City Council. First and foremost, I just want to say, of course, Chief Moore isn't here, and it's ironic timing, really, Considering one of the most well-known cop watchers and one of the few people in the city working to hold LAPD accountable, William Good, who goes by Film the Police LA on social media. He was targeted and arrested by Hollywood LAPD yesterday and held on $50,000 bond. Honestly, like people on the commission, do you know how many like how bond is being handled in Los Angeles now, and what a $50,000 bond usually goes to? Like this was clearly a targeted attack, since Will has an open complaint against Officer Nelson and the Quintanera, I believe is the other one is. And so if this oversight commission actually cares about overseeing LAPD, you need to immediately look into how Hollywood LAPD officers, Nelson and Quintera, targeted William Good last night, Film the Police LA. You need to look into that and see how that was a political attack on LAPD's biggest critic, one of LAPD's biggest critic. And then also, if this board cares about oversight, look into Sergeant Helper and look at Sergeant Gordon Helper downtown and look into his ties to far-right extremists like Tony Moon, who Helper was a lead commander on 2 occasions where Tony Moon, far-right extremist Tony Moon, Capitol rioter, Steve Soboroff, I know you're familiar. Officer Helper let him get away with 2 assaults. And, you know, this isn't just like someone coming on here spitting conspiracy theories. Like, if you all care about overseeing LAPD, like, why don't you fucking look into this shit? 56% of LAPD officers are vaccinated. You know, we're almost in October 2021. What's the issue? You know, this just causes much distrust in LAPD, and the fact that this commission really isn't doing anything, and you're just going to approve the $16 million for the after action report. We're calling for defunding the police, not reforming them. You know, reform is more money to the police. Also, why was LAPD sent to Dr. Melina Abdullah's house after she sued them for swatting? If there was a
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Steve Rogers, followed by T.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items did you like to speak on?
1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First, I'd like to start off by saying that I am pro-police, pro-community. The United States of America is a constitutional republic, and we have a U.S. Constitution that is the supreme law. And all officers have taken an oath to defend and support the U.S. Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I don't know if the police commissioners have taken this oath, but I would imagine they did, but I'm not sure. I didn't see them take the oath. There is something of great concern, and that's called freedom. You should have the freedom of your own body, sovereignty over your own body. If you're not sick, you should not be quarantined. That's called tyranny. If you're not sick, you should not be required to have a vaccine, which is actually an experimental drug. So there are real reasons why people are concerned about their own health and own situation. And that's up to the individual. There are medical reasons, there are constitutional reasons, and there are religious reasons. And to dismiss them as dubious, Police Commissioner Briggs, I think is really not your place. So to try to pressure officers to do that, I think is wrong. The group is called rollcallforfreedom.com. Rollcallforfreedom.com. Take a look at that website. These are courageous officers that are taking a stand for their constitutional rights and really, by extension, the rights of everyone. Of course, they want to protect and serve. That's what they're there for. If you're concerned about your health, and you should be, wear a mask, take the so-called vaccine. A couple of things I want to mention also. the chief should be here or someone in his stead. I hope that he's okay. I hope it's not a bad reason why he's not here. But there should be somebody providing crime stats and information in the report. I recommend that everyone read The War on Cops by Heather McDonald. How the new attack on law and order is really making people less safe. Then there's a documentary, 2030 Unmasked. 2030 Unmasked. Take a look at it. There's not enough time here to talk about all the intricacies that affect public safety, as was referred to by the police commission president. And when you have time, watch Item 12. See what the LAPD used to be. Proactive, professional. And they still are professional, but not as proactive. And that's because of the undermining and disempowering of the officers on the streets, doing the hard work, risking their lives. Empower the LAPD, refund the LAPD, support the LAPD, defend them when they're right, call them out when they're not.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have T followed by Bree Holland.
Hello,
Hi, what items would you like to speak on?
all of them.
Okay, 3 minutes.
First off, I'd like to remind y'all that we're on stolen land. I'd like to honor those that have been lives that have been stolen by law enforcement, over 640 over the last 7 years, and thousands and hundreds of thousands probably over the last 500 years. Remember that the United States, the United Snakes of America was built by the enslaved that y'all still owe reparations to. Chief Moore, where is he? Never held accountable for the bombings in South LA. What about Ozzie Hutchins and Ramon Reyes, the two elders that lost their lives and no one's been held accountable? Families are still displaced. No compensation has been given to these families as yet. Unacceptable. Next, let's talk about Dr. Melina Abdullah. She had a lawsuit against the first time y'all swatted her house. Target her and her children. And y'all did it again? Who the F is the callers? I want to know who these people are calling in, if anybody's calling in fact. Are y'all just making that shit up and showing up at her house? Terrorizing this woman and her children because she's trying to hold y'all and this community's trying to hold y'all accountable for the murders of our people? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Where's the accountability for the murder of our people and the targeting of our people that speak out against your injustice? Unacceptable. COVID, I mean, y'all, it's running rampant in the jails. Free up the jails. Close the jails. Free up our people. Right? Y'all are, this is a sham. This commission is a complete sham. Y'all are a joke. It's like the Wizard of freaking Oz. You can't see who's behind it, right? But we know y'all are a fraud. You're a complete fraud. We want to defund the police. Reform means nothing. Stop taking up our money. We need money for our resources in our communities, for housing, healthcare, education, mental health services. Stop playing games with our money. We need to defund y'all and fund our communities. Stop terrorizing our communities. 500 years of colonization. We want it to end. You think this shit is a joke? These are people's lives at stake. Stop playing games with our lives. Free up the people, free up our money, defund the police, and abolish the police. F y'all.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Bree Holland, followed by Eugene.
I'm here, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
All items plus public comment, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Okay. This is my first time on this meeting, and I'm going to speak quickly to try to get this all out. I have a personal account to share. I'd like to speak to what happened last evening. William Good was unlawfully arrested and detained at the LAPD Hollywood station, where he was held for several hours before being released on $50,000 bail. He's a well-known surveiller of the police and has an active complaint out against his arresting officer, Officer Carlos Quintero, number 43304. He was doing nothing wrong, only filming a man with a knife's encounter with the police before his arrest, upon which all of his phones and cameras were seized as quote-unquote evidence in his arrest. This appears to be a clear act of retaliation and even has the markings of intentional deception by the arresting officers and makes me fearful to go to my local police station. I was already strongly hesitant, not only because of my general fear of the police, but because of my own direct personal experiences with the Hollywood station. Last January, I went to the Hollywood station to report a sexual assault. It was very difficult to even get myself there, let alone to prepare a full statement and to prepare to relive the experience and giving details to an officer. Officer Granados, number 25485, was at the front desk that day. Our unfortunate former president was loudly blaring on Fox News on the TV in the lobby. I was coerced to not only give my statement in the lobby in full hearing range of anyone present, but was prodded for explicit detail and completely gaslit as I spoke. I remember at one point, Officer Granados lied to my face about information I had just given a moment prior, clearly trying to catch me in a gotcha question. He also made jokes about my situation. I left feeling even smaller and out of options than I had felt arriving. I went to the Hollywood police station to report a crime against my person and instead felt that I was being treated with immediate suspicion, derision, and malice. At one point while I was waiting for service, another community member came in to report a theft and was even more loudly, harshly, and unfairly treated with suspicion, derision, and malice, to the point that they left as officers raised their voices. By the way, there was never any follow-up about my case, and I was so put off by the experience of reporting that I didn't follow up for preservation of my own mental and emotional health. So when I heard that my community member, William Good, was being held at the Hollywood station last night, I felt distressed and panicked. Knowing how I was treated coming in to report a crime, I felt very afraid for William's safety as an arrested citizen being held at that station. At this point, I cannot imagine any scenario in which I will utilize my local police station to feel safer or to seek justice. And if the police cannot be trusted, they are the enemy of the community. I'm asking that every charge against William Good be dropped and that the LAPD stops targeting those who are simply watching and documenting the actions of our officers. Finally, I would just like to reiterate that it is absurd that LAPD officers consider themselves above the city mandate that all city employees be fully vaccinated by early October. If they are not vaccinated, they should be fired. It's simple. My body, my choice only works when one's choices do not.
Madam Secretary, before we go to the next speaker, I should have said this at the beginning of this meeting, but Chief Moore will be here this afternoon. He is currently at a funeral of an officer who passed away. But Chief Moore will be here this afternoon. And we have on the regular agenda item, the after action report. Thank you. Please go to the next caller.
Mr. President, may I just briefly, on behalf of the commission, ask the Inspector General to investigate the allegations that were just presented to us in public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would ask that the Executive Director attempt to contact Bree Holland, find out her contact information so that the Inspector General can conduct that investigation. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Commissioner Briggs, just in case we're not able to get her contact information, could I just give out our phone number and contact information so she can reach us directly? If you do have, thank you. If you do have internet access, all of our contact information is available at oig.lacity.org. oig.lacity.org. If you do not have internet access, you can call us at 213-893-6400. Please do leave a message. If you receive a voicemail, we will return your call. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Inspector General. Madam Secretary, please go to the next caller, who I believe to be Eugene.
Commissioner Briggs, I believe we may have lost our commission secretary due to a technical issue.
Okay. I understand that there appears to be some Wi-Fi problems at headquarters today, so we'll wait for the secretary to return to the agenda.
Commissioner, in the meantime, can I just give the comment that
Yes,
that I want to give
please go
before?
ahead.
Okay. This is with utmost respect for any first responder in America, and acknowledging that the low-hanging fruit is gone. People who can be convinced have gotten their vaccinations, and the ones that haven't gotten their vaccinations, it's harder. And I want to say two things. Number one is I want to plead to each of them just to reconsider whatever their reasons are, whatever their thoughts are. Give it a second look. Taking away the anger, taking away, I don't want to be told what to do, taking away maybe what my neighbors or people that are friends at the bar might think. So I ask that they reconsider. And the second thing is, I got a doc like everybody else. And what he told me sort of surprised me yesterday. And I went back and looked at it. And they said that that a mask is just as effective as the vaccine. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. But that's how 70,000 people go to a football game, or people can go to a basketball game. If you're wearing a mask, you're not going to spread it. And if you're wearing a mask, you're probably not going to get it. And the idea of not wearing a mask when somebody else is around inside, for every one of us, is we're being spreaders. And so again, I would just ask that every officer, first responder, or people that took pledges or not, we all took pledges to be reasonable people, I hope, and just reconsider and know that that these masks and that vaccine is going to put an end to this pandemic. So I'm for the rules. I'm for I'm for all of those things, but I'm also in a little softer way. Can we just sit back? Because nobody changes their mind these days. Nobody can be talked out of anything these days. Everybody is, listen to the people calling in. Reconsider. This is about all. This is as important a thing for us and our families and the citizens of Los Angeles as ever happened. And I wanted to bring that up to complement what you had mentioned, sir.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sobroff. Madam Secretary, I see you've rejoined us. Can you please see if Eugene is still on the line? And if so, please bring him forward. Thank you.
Mr. President, I don't see Eugene logged on anymore. So we'll move on to Gina Viola, followed by Haram Cormier Jr. Gina, you're on.
Thank you. I would like to speak to public comment, closed session, and item 3A.
Okay, 3 minutes.
No chief's report today. I've been coming to these meetings for years and years and years, and someone always stands in and gives the report. It's not good enough that he just speak to you all later in private. I'll address that later in my comments. I know why there's no chief's report today, because no one in this department wants to answer to the repeat swatting of Dr. Melina Abdullah at her home, the day after she files a lawsuit for a previous swatting at her home. This department continues to make fools out of each and every one of you week after week. Briggs, you are more concerned with the decorum at public comment being given during these meetings than you are at overseeing an out of control department. Someone needs to speak to this immediately. You ended your comments today asking the officers to get vaxxed. Asking? Are you serious? Sobroff, the sheriff had an indoor meeting in Santa Monica yesterday with no masks. And masks are in no way, shape, or form equivalent to the vaccine. Thank you, Dr. Magoo, racist Magoo. Good try at that cover. Will never work for super spreading law enforcement. It's long past time that this commission take COVID seriously. City Council has said over and over again that this is the biggest threat to our lives and the safety of our generation. Yet this body refuses to take any action yet again to hold anyone accountable. A few speeches here are not going to do it. Okay, they're not going to do it. You need to fire every single officer that is not vaccinated, period. Just like will happen to other city council people. Closed session, this department has no business hearing anything in closed session. You have proven yourself to be nothing more than a rubber stamp for everything that the LAPD sends you. And as such, you should not have any closed session meetings at all. We want accountability, we want transparency. We don't want you meeting behind closed doors. It is shameful. And also, during this public comment period, it is shameful that you let police officers on the line to take up public comment space here. The after action report. The LAPD has come back to the Board of Police Commissioners with a new implementation plan that would give these killing machines more money. The line items listed in this new implementation plan include money for new training, new surveillance software, no more money for the LAPD. 1965 called 1992 and asked why in the hell 2021 wants more money. How many times are you going to repeat this cycle before you know what we know? This department needs to be dismantled and rebuilt. Anything that you've got going now, we know why you want more money. You want more money for the Super Bowl. You want more money for the Olympics, for the World Cup. You want rich people games so they can.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Haram Cormier Jr., followed by Karen Perdue.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All items.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Again, with this fake ass commission, all the bullshit y'all talk about, it's fucking mind blowing again. So item 3A with the whole thing about cops need more money to do more trainings to, how can you train hate out of somebody's heart? Please explain to me how that works. It doesn't. It's been, somebody here said that the LAPD has existed for like 156 years or something like that. It's a long ass time to be doing the same fucking thing over and over and over and over. Nothing stops. Nothing changes. Do the same thing over and over, which is harm people. Briggs, at the beginning of this meeting, you said that you're concerned about public safety and that you take it seriously or some shit like that. If that was the case, you tell your officers to wear a mask, you tell them to get vaccinated, you tell them to stop arresting people, stop planting bait cars in the hood, stop planting guns and drugs on people, stop locking niggas up. And if you were really concerned about public safety, you defund the fucking police. But you're not. In fact, when you became commissioner, the first fucking thing you said was, I don't support that shit. In other words, I don't support public safety. Then whoever the fuck came on here, all these little cops that y'all keep putting on here, came on here and said, I'm pro public safety, pro officer and pro community. You can't do both. If you're pro officer, you're anti-community. The system does not care about us in any shape or form, ever. It never has. Stop acting like it does. It's a lie. Fuck you people, man. For real. What next, bro? I don't know. Fuck y'all. It's just as simple as that. Fuck you niggas. Y'all fucking lie.
Mr.
I don't even know what the fuck
Off
else to say.
topic at
Fuck
this
you,
point.
homie.
Can we go to the next caller, Madam
Nigga,
Secretary?
fuck you, bitch ass.
Okay, our next speaker is Karen Perdue, followed by Kimberly Isaacs.
Good morning.
Good morning. What items would you like to speak on?
Just public comment, please. Just want to offer my support for each and every officer that goes out daily and protects us. Yes, there are problems, but I've had occasions to have contact with LAPD. They have always been professional. They've always been under extreme stress and dire situations. I love each and every one of them. That needs to be heard loud and clear. There's room for improvement, but any talk of defunding the police or obliterating the police is absolutely lunacy. Didn't work out for Detroit, and they're scrambling now to bring some semblance of sanity back into their city. As far as the COVID vaccination, the science is not settled and it's changing every day. Even those vaccinations.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Kimberly Isaacs, followed by Machios Kadane. Kimberly Isaacs.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. What items would you like to speak on?
All of them.
2 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to say that it is no surprise that the chief is not here today. And it is no surprise that no one is here in his stead with a report of something talking about, like they usually do, starting about all the deaths and all of the officers that have had COVID, because of the LA Times article that came out showing that the super spreaders are the police, which none of us are surprised about, because we see them all the time. I've seen them constantly walking around without masks. The last time I saw the police, they were arresting innocent Black boys, and I talked to them and I said, oh, nobody's wearing masks? Because none of them had on masks. There were about 8 police. And guess what? All of a sudden, somebody pulled a mask out, like 2 of them. So they are constantly in contact with the public. They're constantly spreading COVID out to everyone. So it's not a surprise that there's no one here. The other reason why it's not a surprise is the swatting of Dr. Melina Abdullah that occurred again after she filed a lawsuit against the police. So all of a sudden, very next day, they swat her again. Like, what is wrong with them? Why do they not understand that we are going to continue pushing up against the system regardless of what they do? We are not scared of you. We are not scared of the police. And the chief needed to be here to hear that, or somebody in his stead. But of course, they're not here. And I know why, because they don't want to hear it and they don't want to be held responsible for it. I'm getting tired of the fact that these comments are limited to 45 minutes. It is ridiculous in a city of this size. It is not acceptable. And why we're not even being in person. What's up with that? Why hasn't that happened yet? And the fact that they're asking for more money. The police, LAPD do not need any more money. Just like someone said previously, you cannot, I think it was Hiram, you cannot get rid of hate in someone's heart. We have tried it. We've spent tons of money, more training at the expense of programs in the community to stop crime, because that's the only thing that stops crime is when people aren't hungry, when people have jobs, when people have mental health and they have health care. That's what gets rid of crime. But we're not going to spend money on that. We're going to spend money on training the police, which really just turns into them buying more, huge, I can't even think of what they are, tanks and all these things to scare people and to scare protesters that are supposed to have the First Amendment right to peacefully protest. That's what the money gets spent on instead of the community. We do not want the police to have more money. We have gotten out, millions of us protesting to defund the police all around the world, millions of people to defund the police, but nobody's listening. You keep giving them more money and you just sit there and rubber stamp whatever.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Machios Kadane, followed by Patrick P.
Hello.
Hello, what items would you like to speak on?
All of them, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just I want to know why there's no chief's report today. Typically, Gramala or the other one will show up and spew the information. And President Briggs, it's not that I want to see Chief Moore. I just want the information, like the COVID information. Since we don't have those numbers this week, I'll repeat what we saw in the LA Times this past Sunday, and that's that the LAPD had 37 identified outbreaks. It was one of 2 agencies that had more than half of all outbreaks in LA County. 3,126 total cases. You know, I believe there were 10 LAPD officers who passed away due to COVID, 2 LAPD officers' spouses. So, you know, there's been no accountability over the LAPD's handling of COVID or COVID guidelines this entire time. And so I don't understand how, Briggs, you expect to come on here and admonish them and you know, give them a strong talking to and think that's going to sway them into getting the vaccine. You know, this is a police force that's just never been held accountable. They're not used to being held accountable. They won't be held accountable. They refuse to be. As Zach Sherwin brought up, Melina Abdullah was swatted the day after she announced a lawsuit against the LAPD for swatting her. So they're this petty that they undertake these acts of retaliation. They're not going to respond to a finger wag. I also want to talk about the clear partnership with conspiracy theorists and like far right groups regarding fighting the vaccine. The only way you're actually going to see any real change is if you threaten them with termination. You've got to fire officers that aren't vaccinated. And also I want to bring up the after action implementation plan. What a joke. It's 183 pages. It was dropped late Friday and you expect to vote on it today. There was absolutely no time for public input. I want to know how many of you guys read it, like in its entirety. And it's incredible how this normalizes the surveillance of protesters. This implementation plan about after action reports talking about how poorly the LAPD handled protests in the wake of recent you know, surveillance scandals, the fact that social media information was being taken down on FI cards. The LAPD rolls up and says, hey, we want $2 million to permanently surveil social media. This is ridiculous. It's hypocrisy. The Angelinos don't want to increase the LAPD budget at all. And so they're still asking for $18.44 million more. This is a joke. Yeah. Stop limiting public comment to 45 minutes. Public comment was the first item on the agenda today. That's ridiculous. What a farce. What are we, like, we haven't heard you discuss anything. I yield the rest of my time.
Madam Secretary, the next caller will be the last.
Okay. Next speaker is Patrick P.
Hi there. I'd like to speak on items 1, 2, and 3, please.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to say that I do support our Los Angeles Police Department. I support our officers 110%, and so does my community. I deal with a lot of community members. They're Black, they're brown, they're green, they're white, and they all support our police. Not one person in the community that I represent does not support the police. They all want more police officers. I've even talked to gang members that have said that we need police officers on our street. Now, to go talk about the vaccine, you know, everybody talks about it. I'm not happy about the vaccine mandates. You know what's going to happen? We're going to lose officers. It's already happening across our country. And it's not because the officers don't want to be told what to do. That's part of it. But they're doing their own research. The misinformation that I keep hearing coming from this commission alone is really a disservice to our community. You know, you need to listen to the people, listen to your officers, you know, talk about other data like what's on the VAERS database, the adverse reactions, the deaths, the thousands of deaths. Nobody talks about that. But, you know, the CDC website itself even says that the vaccinated can transmit the disease. You know, all that's being pushed is fear. That's all that's being pushed. And they never talk about the other facts, the real facts. Talking about facts and data, we've asked this commission before also where the data is on the statistics of the victims of crime. We don't see that ever published anywhere. If it is published, if you could please point it out to us. You know, but just the department needs to be more transparent with the people so false narratives cannot be pushed. I concede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. At this point, the board will go into closed session. It is anticipated that we will resume the regular agenda approximately 12:30 today. Thank you.
Board of Police Commissioners will now recess into closed session to discuss agenda items 2A1, 2A2 in accordance with Government Code 54957.
Mr. T, you got any jelly beans there? Black ones?
I do. I have a full jar.
For lunch, I had two Tootsie Roll Pops.
Okay. I had a Cobb salad.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
My wife asked me why I was complaining because she said usually she only gives me one Tootsie Roll Pop for lunch.
You got two for a treat, huh?
Yeah.
That's because you've been good, huh?
Such a good boy.
There you go. See?
Who passed away? Whose funeral was it today?
I don't know. I think we might be broadcasting live, so just
Oh, all right.
Careful. But I'm not aware.
What's there for lunch there, Commission President Briggs?
Oh,
Just smoked salmon on toast.
I had a Tootsie Roll Pop.
Well, I've got to try to eat healthy.
So did I.
Well, yeah, you had all the nutrients there. Oh. let's see, is Commissioner Decker? Yeah, Commissioner Decker. And then we're missing Commissioner Bonner. We do. Is there anyone from the department? I don't see anyone from the department yet. Everyone's having problems with the internet today. Wi-Fi. The time is 12:30. Mr. Tiefenk, can you check to see where Commissioner Bonner is? If he'll be joining us. We have a quorum. I would prefer he were present, and then we also need someone from the department.
Yes, sir. Give me a moment.
There's Commissioner Bonner. Mr. Tiefenk, Commissioner Bonner is on if you can hear me.
Yes, sir. I was going to reach out to the department.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You got an all points bulletin out?
Just want to make sure we have a quorum since Commissioner Blanche isn't present. And it's.
We're checking all the 5-star Michelin rated restaurants.
You're from the doctor?
We're still missing someone from the department. Oh, here comes Assistant Chief Choi now.
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Hi, Chief Choi. Madam Secretary, can we go ahead and open it up to the public if it hasn't already been open to the public? Oh.
Commissioner, would you like me to do the report out of closed session?
Yes, please.
Commission's concluded its work in closed session as relates to item 2A1, officer involved shooting 048-20. The chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted on a 4-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactical debrief, 4 police officer 2s, administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2, drawing and exhibiting in policy, 5 police officer 2s, lethal use of force in policy, 2 police officer 2s. Relates to item 2A2, officer involved shooting 050-20. The chief's recommendations were unanimously adopted on a 4-0 vote. Those recommendations were tactical debrief, 6 police officer 2s, drawing exhibiting in policy, 6 police officer 2s, lethal use of force in policy, 1 police officer 2, out of policy administrative disapproval, 1 police officer 2. That concludes the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. Mr. Tiefenk, Chief Moore is attempting to get in through his iPad. Can you have someone assist him, please?
Certainly. Mr. President, I do want to make a correction on my report out on case 048-20 as relates to tactics. There was an administrative disapproval on 1 police officer 2. I apologize for that error.
Thank you, Mr. Tiefenk. At present, we're going to turn to the regular agenda items, number 3A, the department's report dated September 27th relative to an after action report implementation plan. Before we proceed, I'm going to ask that Commissioner Decker make some remarks before we get started on the presentation of that report. But before I do so, I want to say that we all know how we got here today. In light of George Floyd's murder, citizens across the nation, indeed the world, took to the streets to protest the continuing harm that they witnessed to Black citizens in their cities, communities, and towns. In response to those protests, the police reacted in some, not all instances, by causing harm to some of the protesters. Here in Los Angeles, we witnessed several incidents where the police used less than lethal force against protesters who sought to simply exercise their First Amendment rights. As a result of those actions, members of the City Council commissioned an after-action report by Mr. Chaloff. While the Los Angeles Police Department and this commission subsequently followed suit and commissioned their own after-action reports, it was Mr. Chaloff who first presented his report with a series of recommendations to the City Council and the Board of Police Commissioners. The Police Department eventually put a price tag of $66 million to implement the Chaloff recommendations and those of the Board of Police Commission as well as the department, many of which were determined to be duplicative. The Board of Police Commissioners asked the department to go back, prioritize the recommendations, and reevaluate the cost. Today's report reflects the culmination of the department's review, prioritization, and analysis of the cost. As you will hear today, the department has outlined those areas it believes are necessary to implement those reforms primarily called for by the Chaloff report and therefore City Council. I want to thank all of those who participated in putting together today's report. I want to especially thank all of you who are community leaders who participated in this report, the academics, the department employees, other stakeholders, and in particular, all of my fellow commissioners. All of you put in a tremendous amount of effort and time to help the department and this city create a plan for reform. Thank you. With that, I want to turn it over to Commissioner Decker and Assistant Chief Troy.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs, for that background. I'd only add a few things to the background. That the commission had the benefit of the City Council having retained the Chaloff firm to do an analysis of tactics. The commission also retained the services of the National Police Foundation to conduct an after-action report on tactics. And separately, the department conducted its own review. And what we all observed from viewing all three of those reports, and we heard all of them last April of this year, that there were many overlapping and extremely important recommendations. In addition, the Board of Police Commissioners, during my tenure as president, we did assemble a group of community representatives, people with experience in oversight, technology, community relations, civil rights, to be an advisory group to us. And these individuals volunteered hundreds of hours on our behalf. They produced a number of items which this board previously reviewed, a summary of actions following the Christopher Commission report, the consent decree, and President Obama's 21st Century Policing report. And all of those summaries have been made public. They also did an outline that we made public to the community about the discipline process used by the Los Angeles Police Department. And all of this was done to provide the public with the details of past reforms and also the discipline process. But significantly for today, they also prepared a list of their independent recommendations in areas of accountability and discipline, data and technology, recruitment, hiring, and training. And all of those recommendations that they put together were based upon their review of best practices all around the country, somewhat of a literature review of policing experts as well as community concerns. And they were kind enough to compile all of that information together for us, effectively the 3 after action reports and the advisory committee report give us that roadmap for the future. And as Commissioner Briggs said, between April and June of this year, we heard from about all of those reports and asked the department to take all of this material, prioritize it, hear from members of the public, and put together a comprehensive action plan that we have in front of us. So I realize both Commissioner Briggs and I are summarizing a considerable amount of material, considerable amount of history. It is just that a summary to give background and foundation for the presentations we are about to hear. I join our commission president in thanking everyone, particularly the community members who served on the advisory committee and on this review panel, this advisory group that helped considerably in putting together this effort. Their efforts in a multitude of meetings and reviewing, giving feedback, and offering different perspectives was extremely valuable. I join our commission president in thanking them. And with that, Chief Choi, I'm going to turn it over to you. I know you have a number of presentations today that we've asked that you put your team on a time frame here. As we listen to their reports, we have read all of the many materials that have been put before us. With that, Chief Choi, please, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Much of what I was going to say, just as an introduction, both Commissioner Briggs and Commissioner Decker, you covered, but I'll go over. I just want to thank everybody that was involved in this process. There was a lot of work and effort put into it by each and every commissioner, by Chief Moore and his review and his guidance, from the Implementation Plan Advisory Committee, which I'll talk more about, and also the working groups that worked on this relentlessly to get this done. There's also a significant amount of work that was done behind the scenes from our staff, and I'd like to just acknowledge them for the work that they did. So we talked about a little bit about the background, the history of how we got here. Our initial presentation for the first implementation plan was back in April this year. The commission asked us to go back and take a deeper analysis of these recommendations, and we did that. Subsequent to that, the Police Commission published their advisory committee report. Those recommendations were also included in this new revised implementation plan. In coming up with this plan, we wanted to make sure that we included a diverse group of perspectives, which included perspectives from commissioners, from the community, from academics, and the rank and file and subject matter experts of this department. So what we ended up doing is we took all these recommendations, we organized them into four overarching categories, which created the 4 working groups that I'm going to tell you about right now. So the first one is community relations and trust building. The second one, policy development and legal considerations. The third category or group is training. And then lastly, technology and equipment. Each of these working groups, they were tasked with reviewing the recommendations within their purview and to determine the feasibility, the cost, the personnel needs, the priority of the recommendations, also considering what community impact and department impact these recommendations had, and also a timeline for implementation or completion. Today, you're going to hear from each of these working group leads and hear about how they approached or came up with their recommendations. Again, I know everyone has these reports, so we're not going to go into every single one, but they'll give a broad overview of what they did in the process. So on top of the working groups, what we created was also an implementation plan advisory committee. This committee was created to provide oversight, to review the recommendations for each of the working groups, to critique the overall plan, and then provide feedback to the working groups as they developed their individual parts of their plan. But I'd like to just recognize and introduce the advisory committee group. Myself as the chair, my co-chair is Ms. Rasha Shields. She's a partner at Jones Day. She's here with us today. And then Ms. Eileen Decker, Commission Vice President. Dr. Thomas Parham, President of Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. Dr. Shindell Seal, she's the CEO of SEED Coaching and Consulting. Mr. Michael Lawson, President of the Urban League, Los Angeles Urban League. And also Dr. Luann Pinnell, the Director of Police Training and Education. So as you can see, we had a diverse group of perspectives in providing oversight and reviewing this plan. I just want to add one thing of note, and a lot of the public comment earlier came on the cost of this plan, right? So It's in the public documents, but $18.4 million roughly is what our request is, a proposal to implement these recommendations. These costs include personnel costs, equipment, and other training costs. Some are on overtime. Many costs we absorb ourselves in the department to reduce that need or that draw. So only the costs that were not included in our budget or costs that we could not absorb ourselves are being asked for. Let's see, so broad sense, the first initial plan we request is $66.7 million. The new plan is requesting $18.4 million, roughly a $48 million savings. I will tell you the bulk of this savings, or the bulk of the reduction, comes from revisiting the training, the number of personnel, conducting things on duty as we can versus requiring additional personnel and overtime to do things. So we really took a critical look at how we could get things done with what we have. And this is really, the ask for this amount is really critical and essential to move this plan forward. Finally, I just would like all the commissioners to know that this is a living document. None of this is set in stone. If this is approved, the working groups are going to continue to meet periodically. They're going to monitor progress. They're going to identify any needed modifications during the implementation process. And then they're going to continue to provide perspectives and input to the department as we develop or implement these recommendations. And we are also asking that the department is able to report back to the commission within 6 months or in 6 months of our progress. So that's just my introduction and the framework of what we did and why we did things. But before I turn it over to the working groups for their presentations, I would just like to give an opportunity to Ms. Rasha Shields for her comments.
Thank you, Chief Choi, and thank you, commissioners. I had the privilege of serving as co-chair of the Commission's Advisory Committee on Building Trust and Equity, which, as you know, was formed by the Commission in July of 2020 following the tragic murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And as the Commission well knows, as part of our work on that committee, it was very important to include community voices, both on our committee, as well as hear from the community through several community forums that we held last year. And similarly, I think it's important for diverse perspectives of the community to continue to play a role in the department's implementation of the numerous recommendations stemming from the after action reports. And for that reason, the Implementation Advisory Committee, as well as the working groups, include respected community leaders. And throughout this entire process, we've had the opportunity to review the department's plan. We asked the working groups questions about their proposals and priorities, and we provided feedback to the working groups, really with an eye towards ensuring that the community impact of each recommendation is being fully appreciated and considered. I look forward to continuing to work with Chief Choi and the rest of the committee on implementing these very important recommendations. And with that, I'll turn it back to Chief Choi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shields. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call up the first working group lead, which is going to be Community Relations and Trust Building, Chief Tingarides.
Thank you, Chief Choi, and to you and Chief Tingarides, and welcome, Ms. Shields. A pleasure to see you. I just want to remind we had agreed on 10-minute presentations, and I'll be monitoring the time and let you know when we've gotten to that point. So fair warning to all the presenters, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Amada Tingarides, and as Chief Choi indicated, I am the chairperson for the Community Relations and Trust Building Work Group. My co-chair is Mr. Fred Booker of Community Relations Section, Office of the Chief of Police, and Commissioner Calancho was also part of our Community Relations and Trust Building Working Group. Our Community Relations and Trust Building Working Group was comprised of representatives from our department's Behavioral Science Services, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group, the Office of Operations, Media Relations Division, Community Safety Partnership Bureau, and 5 community stakeholders representing community-based organizations, religious institutions, and our council districts. In fact, one of the community members I have here today is Mr. Isaiah Benavides, who is a chair of a Community Safety Advisory Council and also a field deputy in Council District 8 and helps coordinate our Harvard Park Community Safety Partnership team. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Isaiah. I want to talk about the other individuals that were involved in our working groups. And we had individuals from religious institutions. We had individuals that have done days of dialogue within our community. And we also had individuals that were deeply involved in intervention and prevention for our city and some of our communities that have the highest contact with law enforcement. Our working group looked at the recommendations and we saw that and identified it was critically that we evaluate our department and our working group as it relates to trust building and the recommendations of after action as it relates to First Amendment freedom of speech activities. So the AAR mandate was critical to evaluate if the department was effectively working in hand with our community members to reach a shared public safety goal, and we found was a reoccurring theme throughout all of the after action report recommendations. Our group was tasked with addressing. Our group was offered the opportunity to evaluate the feasibility of numerous recommendation reports authored by the National Police Foundation and the Board of Police Commissioners Advisory Committee. Both documents provided a series of proposed strategies designed to enhance the department's ongoing efforts to build trust in our communities and also deepen relationships with stakeholders and work in partnership to create a safer and healthier city. Out of the array of provided recommendations, there were 4 which our group felt could be implemented. 3 of those 4 were from the advisory committee and were recommended, actually we determined them to be infeasible because of the significant number of personnel needed to meet the recommendation. The remaining infeasible recommendation was from the National Police Foundation as it relates to the deployment of the National Guard. This recommendation, as framed in the report, would call for the National Guard to be requested ahead of the standard thresholds being met, which would not only go against the Guard's standing operating procedure, but also act in direct opposition of the department's trust building efforts with our community. The working group assessed the array of recommendations and combined those that were designed to yield similar outcomes. We then prioritized them based on their ability to have a long-lasting positive impact on the community. The 3 categories we devised are as follows. The first, as priority 1, effective community engagement. The second, priority 2, support of First Amendment assemblies. And the third, enhanced employee wellness as priority 3. Of the 3 priorities, I really want to focus the rest of my presentation on the specific response to priority 1 and 2, which is effective community engagement and support of First Amendment assemblies. The effective community engagement recommendation will be met through the creation of the Community Engagement Best Practices Committee. The committee will be led by leadership from the Office of Operations, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Group, and the Community Safety Partnership Bureau. The committee will be responsible for setting a department-wide mission for community engagement and evaluating our existing efforts to ensure their alignment with the mission. The committee will be responsible for setting a department-wide mission for community engagement and evaluating existing.
I think Chief Tinglerides' screen has frozen. We've been having some technical issues today. So we'll give her a minute to come back, and obviously I'm gonna stop her timer while we fix the problem here. Mr. Tiefenk, are you able to call Chief Tinglerides? She may not know that she's actually offline. Of course, Mr. Tiefenk is also frozen. We're having some technical issues at the department. Chief Choi's screen is frozen as well. Mr. Tiefenk, I'm not sure if you heard me, sir. I think Chief Tinglerides
I
is.
did. I will call her now, ma'am.
My sense is she logged off or logged out and she's coming back in. So let's just give her a moment. Thank you everyone for your patience today as we deal with these technical issues. Chief Tinglerides, please, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not quite sure where I left off, but I believe I was going in to discuss priority, the difference between priority 1 and priority 2.
Yes, and the best practices and effective strategies in community engagement.
Yes. Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Priority 2 is specifically tied to elevating and a similar mission of building trust during and after First Amendment assemblies. The department currently utilizes our public engagement section to meet this need. By using neutral forums for discussion, such as days of dialogue and conscious conversations, the senior lead officers assigned to public engagement section create the vehicle for understanding the motivation of a given assembly's leadership and work collaboratively to create an environment which many members of the public can safely exercise their constitutional rights. The proposed Community Engagement Best Practices Committee will serve as the primary vehicle for evaluating the merit of existing community engagement initiatives, determining their alignment with community goals, and assessing their general efficacy at achieving those goals. Commitment to this ongoing process will allow the department to better allocate its resources. It'll elevate our community's voice and refine its overall community engagement practices across the department. This desire to enhance the efficacy of community engagement is mirrored in the proposed support of First Amendment assemblies via our public engagement section. As it relates to cost and staffing, each of our proposed means of addressing the recommendations focuses first on harnessing the existing personnel resources and only expanding beyond those if truly necessary. In those instances, the additional personnel requested are deemed to be minimal numbers necessary, and all requested additional personnel would be utilized to support multiple initiatives related to community relations and trust building. Though there are personnel requests that are tied to this Community Engagement Best Practices Committee and additional staffing for our public engagement section, the work of the Community Engagement Best Practices Committee can begin immediately upon approval of this proposal. Similar to the Community Engagement Best Practices Committee, Public Engagement Section could begin working toward meeting the recommendation ahead of the requested additional personnel being assigned. It is thereby anticipated that the Public Engagement Section could begin much of its proposed scope of work while coordinating First Amendment Assembly responses within 6 months of the proposal being approved. Both initiatives would be ongoing, would continue to augment the procedures in response to community feedback about their impact. I recognize that this is only 10 minutes to talk about such an important topic. I do feel that having the best practices, utilizing a community voice to address these recommendations, specifically from the National Police Foundation, will help us collect this data, utilizing the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office as oversight to ensure our mission and community engagement goals are aligned throughout our department. It only serves as a summary of a more detailed response, which you all have, but I hope that what I've said today creates a foundation for our additional discussion today and our department's collective commitment to creating a positive change throughout the city of Los Angeles. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Chief Tinglerides. Because I know there'll be commission questions, we certainly want to allot a lot of time for commission questions, which I know will be coming. Chief, is there a member of the community that you wanted to speak at this time?
Yes, Mr. Isaiah Benavides.
Yes, and I see he has been brought up to the panel. Mr. Benavides, if you're available, you can open your microphone and your camera if you choose, and you have an opportunity to address the commission.
Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Isaiah Benavides. I am a deputy for Councilmember Marquis Harris Dawson. I also have had the honor of chairing the CSEC site for the CSP site at Harvard Park for the last couple of years. I just, my credit to the chief and to her team, I think that the task that they're undertaking is massively important. And I think the chief will know better than most that the practice of relationship building and safer neighborhoods go hand in hand. And being very intentional about community engagement is really what has allowed things like CSP to be successful. It's important that we're purposeful with how we engage communities, that we're elevating our community partners throughout that process, from our residents to our gang interventionists to our clergy folks, because that's the only way that community engagement is authentic and has a purpose. So incorporating that feedback into our practices, into what drives us, into a mission statement is the best path forward. And I applaud the chief and her team for making us a part of this process and for the ambitious endeavor that they've taken to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today and for participating. Commissioners, we're going to hear all the presentations and then open it up for questions. So if I hope you both are able to stay. Chief Tinglerides, I know you will. And we'll move on to the next presentation. As I said, we're limiting the time, so there's sufficient time for questions today. So thank you both very much. Chief Choi, who's up next, please, sir. And I thank the prior team for limiting it to 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, everybody. Okay, so discussing policy development and legal considerations will be Director Elizabeth Rhodes.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Ms. Rhodes, we can.
Okay, I am also setting my stop clock so that I will not exceed my limit, and I hope to be clear and concise and not approach it. I am the chair of the Policy Development and Legal Considerations Working Group, and I'd like to talk about two main sources of recommendations. One would be the 3 after-action reports, which I'm lumping into one source, and then the Commission Advisory Committee, which would be the other source. So for the after-action reports, and I don't intend to repeat what is written that you've had the opportunity to see, but there were 27 different recommendations for this working group. They really involve internal policies and systems, many of which are the subject of litigation. And so we are working internally on those. Based on the Implementation Advisory Committee, they asked for priorities, and we prioritized in terms of importance what those recommendations would be. We boiled the 27 different recommendations, often which, as the commission remembers during the presentation, there was often overlap for those. We boiled them down into 8 distinct systems or policies or procedures that we would want to implement. And the priorities would be the Emergency Operations Guide, which is sort of a foundational document. The Emergency Operations Guide, of course, we are talking about the after-action reports. And so the Emergency Operations Guide would be something that the department relies on when dealing with an unusual occurrence, especially one that is spontaneous and has many geographic locations, as did the protests after the murder of George Floyd. Moreover, the Emergency Operations Guide would deal with the nuances when the protests have mixed motives, as we saw last summer. The second one would be a review of the dispersal order. The third, the field jail manual. The fourth, media and external messaging. Fifth, a guide for videographers. Sixth, codifying command post uses. Seventh, the best practices for the National Guard in the event that the National Guard needs to be called. And eighth, the guide for behavioral sciences deployment for our personnel. Having said that, that is the order of importance. I'd next like to talk about the status, because the order of getting things done is not necessarily the exact same as the order of importance. And for that, we have been in contact with the city attorney and will be working with especially our commission representative, who is Commissioner Bonner, on that. The field jail guide, we have received the first draft, reviewed it, and returned it to make sure that it discusses each portion of the things that were brought up in the various after action reports. The media guide we've received and have yet to review, and the videographer guide, we have received an initial draft, but more needs to be worked on that. As for the path forward for the after action reports and the implementation of these systems and policies that our group is responsible for, we are taking a holistic approach and need to, as Chief Choi talked about, continue discussions, especially with our advisors, both Commissioner Bonner and Professor Saltzman. As Chief Choi said, this is a living document, and we want to be very intentional about how we go about creating systems and policies that protect both the public and the officers during large assemblies, often, as I said, with mixed motives. Given how these policies, procedures are interrelated in some instances, for example, the use of command posts is done in unusual occurrences, which also has emergency operations guide implications. We will want to be reviewing them and revisiting them and continually meeting for any needed modifications. But we, as I said in the status report, are well on our way of at least obtaining initial drafts. I'd like to turn now to the advisory committee and the recommendations given, and thank the great work of the advisory committee. I know it is very hard to put together these long reports. And so we were given approximately 125 recommendations. Some of them have subparts. We are attempting to, again, condense those, although they come into 6 different categories that the advisory committee did. Some of those categories require different portions of the department to look at them. There is some overlap with the after action report in terms of policing with procedural justice, the health and wellness of department employees, and media overview and external media. But that, of course, leaves a lot of other systems and policies, some of which, or many of which, the department has some of, or even a robust understanding of, but needs to make sure that we continually look at these various areas, perhaps calendar there for commission meeting, talk with our commission representative and Professor Saltzman, and make sure that we are most up to date and most and that we are really putting out the best policy and system that we can, which then I think is a foundation to building community relations and trusts that Chief Tingarides talked about. So it is through these systems and policies that we hope for a safer city for both our population and a better department for both our population and our own people. We, again, want to reshape the department, take what is good and make better, take anything that is lacking and put forward, and we will do so with the constant and intentional discussion with our commissioner. And that is basically where we are. I think, answer questions later. And I think I have discussed this in under my 10 minutes.
Yes, indeed, Ms. Rhodes. Thank you very much. And is there a partner that will be presenting with you today or no, not today?
No,
Okay.
not today.
Thank you. Chief Choi, who's up next, sir?
Thank you very much. So I'd like to call up to present training, Chief Mark Reyna and Dr. Shindell Seal.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just want to see if Dr. Shindell Seal was brought in. I believe she was.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Deputy Chief Mark Reyna, I was the chair for the working group that handled training. The majority, if not all, of our recommendations that came through in the 3 after action reports stemmed regarding our response, our initial response to the civil unrest, the demonstrations, the protests in downtown, the command structure that was put in place to oversee that, and then other issues that were tied to that response initially. What I'd like to do is first introduce who was part of our working group.
So it appears we have frozen out at headquarters again. If someone could call Chief Reyna, let him know he may not be aware that he is currently frozen on our screen. I'd appreciate it, and we'll try and bring him back very quickly. Here we go. Chief Reyna, are you there? No. Chief Reyna, excuse me, sir. I apologize, but you're not aware that you got cut off at the beginning of your presentation. I think it about 46 seconds in. Oh, so now he's off and probably logging back in. To the members of the public, we do apologize. This happens from time to time with internet service, and we'll get started again. We'll allow Chief Reyna a moment to get back online and be hopeful that we'll be able to proceed. And Dr. Seal, welcome today. Thank you for joining, and most especially thank you for all the work and contributions you made to the working group and to the overall advisory committee as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. If everyone just bears with us, and Madam Secretary, let me know when you see Chief Reyna rejoining us. There we go. Chief Reyna, I see you're back on the panel.
Yes, so I switched over to my laptop with a hotspot, and hopefully that works a little better.
Very good. And sir, if I could ask you to start over, you were at the very beginning of your presentation. So
okay, thank you. I want to thank everyone for allowing us to be here. Again, I was the chair of the working group handling training. I'm not sure if you heard me before, but a lot of, if not all of our recommendations stemmed from our initial response to the demonstrations, the protests, the civil unrest in downtown LA and throughout the city, the command structure that oversaw that response, and other issues that were related to our response in the days following. I'd like to quickly introduce our working group. Commissioner Briggs was a member of our working group, as well as Dr. Luann Pinnell from our Police Training and Education, Captain John Pinto from our training division, Sergeant Dave Abdalian from the Los Angeles Police Protective League, Sergeant Andrew Cullen from Training Bureau, and our community partners, Dr. Shindell Seal, who's with us today, Blair Beston, who is the Executive Director of the StoreCorps Business Improvement District for downtown Los Angeles, as well as Jesus Gonzalez, the Director of the Boys and Girls Club of Los Angeles. I just want to say a sincere thank you to everybody. We had a wonderful working group, very robust, very involved, lots of meetings, lots of discussions. I want to thank them for their participation. I just want to reiterate, you have the report. Obviously, we were able to take our recommendations and prioritize them into 9 different priorities, from priority 1 being the most important for that working group on down to 9. And what I want to do at the time is just quickly kind of go through and just highlight a couple of recommendations on each of the priorities. For priority 1, which was unanimous with our working group, is the mobile field force and field jail training. As you're probably aware from previous police commission meetings, The entire department began retraining in mobile field force back after civil unrest last summer. To date, we've trained approximately 6,500 personnel, and that continues on a weekly basis. Between 90 and 120 personnel are being trained on the new mobile field force tactics. Some of the things that we like to adopt is a 2-year training cycle for mobile field force training. Instead of just training personnel and then we don't retouch it for a few years, it's a 2-year cycle. So every year, half the department is going through it, and then vice versa for the following year, to make sure that we're up on the new policies, new procedures, new training tactics for mobile field force. And also want to highlight, this is also going to be discussed in all our internal training, such as field training, officer school, supervisor and watch commander school, as well as our command development. Moving on to our priority 2, which was the less lethal munitions. We felt this was very important. Two of the things that I really want to highlight is a 2-year recertification for all department personnel who carry less lethal devices, a 40 millimeter, a beanbag, those type of less lethal. Before, you were just simply trained and you were certified in the use of that and may not have gone back to any type of retraining for years. This will have a 2-year recertification for all department employees who carry that, those type of less lethal tools. And then during that recertification, that'll touch on training law policy updates. We also, one of the key things is we'd like to establish cadres within each of the geographic bureaus, approximately 40 members that would be less lethal cadres that will receive enhanced training and recertification every 6 months. Those will be the individuals that we will look to in case if in the future there any type of situation where there's mobile field forces deployed and less lethal may be necessary, that we're going to tap into those resources and use those resources first because they have the enhanced training regarding mobile field force tactics and the use of less lethal. Moving on to priority 3, one of the big concerns in all the after action reports were the incident command system and command staff training. We saw that command staff members were in these incident command posts and may not have been confident in their decision making or may not have had the experience we'd like to run those type of situations out of the command post. Some of the priorities I want to address and highlight is the reopening of our Hydra suite for command officers. That is an enhanced tabletop exercise that's a day long where we use software, video, sound, different things that are happening and enhance onto that scenario throughout the day to really test our command officers and train them in this response. Another one is sending our command staff and lieutenants through TEACS training. It's put on by Texas A&M. It's a federal training for incident command system response. It's free to the department to send personnel through that. We've made arrangements to try to send between 4 and 8 every session throughout the summer to TEACS training so we can have enhanced training for those command officers. And I also want to stress that throughout all this training, it is discussed regarding implicit bias, procedural justice, de-escalation, and duty to intervene in all types of training that we're talking about today. Priority 4, shadow teams. We saw in the after action reports, there's a lot of communication issues and safety issues for officers who are involved in shadow teams. We developed an 8-hour shadow team training course for all personnel. This will include any vice officers or narcotics officers who have different type of training that are being put together to become shadow teams, that they're all on the same page and have the same training for the safety of those personnel and safety of everyone in the demonstrations during the crowds. Moving on to priority 5, mental health support. We saw in the after action reports, there was a lot of feedback from personnel regarding the effect on their morale, their effect on their home life, their family life, issues they're having with neighbors, issues they're having with friends and family regarding being a police officer and what was occurring over the last year and staying in this profession. A lot of individuals had issues, emotional issues with that. So we are talking about kind of increasing a robust response with our behavioral science section. And one of the things I want to highlight on that is a mandatory 2-year cycle for a check-in with the BSS psychologist. It's mandatory for an employee to have that discussion with a psychologist, an opportunity for them to open up regarding any concerns they have with their job or things that they're dealing with out on the streets. And another one, number 7, there is enhancing the peer support program. So we have that peer support on the streets, in the locker rooms, in the hallways, where an officer can go up and talk to a peer support member and voice their concerns or vent or get something off their chest and know that they're being supported and have that with them. And lastly is the LAPD family days. We feel it's important to each bureau to have a family day where the officers can bring their family, interact with other members of the family and community and BSS staff, kind of a morale booster and building that camaraderie amongst the officers. Looking at priority 6, the first aid training. We talked about this before in other sessions that we are mandated to have post basic first aid training on a 2-year cycle. We'd like to pilot a tactical emergency first aid type training, a tactical EMT training for a particular amount of people in each of the geographic divisions. I do want to highlight on that. And if you recall, after one of the Lakers victories, there was a celebration in downtown. Individual had an illegal firework, large illegal firework that had gone off in his hand, that severed his hand. Officers went in immediately and were able to put a tourniquet on and apply first aid techniques to that individual, saving that person's life until the fire department could arrive. This is what we're talking about with the first aid, is to not only have officers be able to perform first aid on officers that are injured, but also members of the public in this situation that could be injured in these situations. Priority 7 with the videography training, we found that as we're trying to document these incidents on videotape, we're simply grabbing officers and handing them a camera. That's not the proper way to do it. We want to establish cadres within each bureau. They are trained. They know what they're expected in videotaping these incidents for the protection of everybody. So we want to establish those cadres and the training for them so we can tap into that when we need to in the future if there's any incidents. Priority 8, quickly, training cycles. We talked about a 2-year training plan to make sure that all these things are happening, whether it's less lethal certification, mobile field force certification, and other trainings that have been discussed in this after action report, to make sure we're on the 2-year plan consistent with California Post standards of the 2-year plan, and it's all happening so we don't forget about training someone in the future. And lastly, priority 9, Incident Management Bureau. It was recommended in one of the after action reports to stand up an Incident Management Bureau. We felt that that was not necessary. We already have Emergency Services Division. We already have experts within that division that are incident command system experts that train on how to handle command posts, how to run these large incidents, whether it's a demonstration or the LA Marathon, or whatever it may be. We are proposing, if you go back to priority number 3, that we enhance their staffing so that they can take on the training of personnel from recruits to in-service to command staff. There's no need to stand up an incident management bureau, which is very costly. We already have that infrastructure. We just need to build it up a little more and make sure. And one of the things I do want to highlight lastly is the incident management team. That's number 4 under priority 9. Each bureau will stand up an incident management team and train, or 2 per bureau, that they can utilize, that will constantly be getting that training similar to the less lethal cadres. So we can just call on the IMT to come in and assist in running a command post regardless of what that situation is. I know I went through that very quick to try to save time. I do want to turn it over to Dr. Seal for a few words, if we can, to round it out.
Absolutely. Dr. Seal, please.
Hi, folks. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity to share my thoughts on this exercise and my group in particular. But as a testament to what a small world it is, I'm pleased to see you, Commissioner Bonner. You may not remember me, but I was a receptionist at Hogan and Hartson over 20 years ago when you started working there. So it's really good to see you still working hard for our city. Now, on to our working group and our effort. As a resident of Los Angeles for almost 40 years, it was important for me to take part in this committee because everything that the department does affects my community. And while it is clear that most of the actors in the civil unrest last year were not from my community, I believe our suggested recommendations can positively affect my neighbors and myself by building trust through this type of transparency, by empowering us to have a say in what happens in and throughout our neighborhoods, and by holding the department accountable for what you say that you're going to do. Like, as many of you know, in the implementation group, I was very big on accountability. And so it was very, very important for me to see that happening. So in our report, I see the embedding of implicit bias training. I see easily accessible protocols. I see mental health supports. I see procedural justice that's been really integrated into the training and the resource cycles, where officers and residents can actually partner for everyone's benefit. But more so, our community, the culture that you're trying to build is community-centered policing, and that's grounded in inclusion and collective action and accountability. And this, for me, as a community member, is what encourages me to see what's going on with our recommendations. So I'm excited about all that. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Seal, and thank you for your many and significant contributions during this process. I hope you can stay for questions at the end if there are any. And I know Chief Reyna will, of course, be here, but thank you for your comments today. Chief Choi, who will be?
Thank you very much. Presenting technology and equipment will be Commander Randy Goddard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Like Chief Choi just mentioned, I'm Commander Randy Goddard. I'm the Assistant Commanding Officer for Information Technology Bureau. And I'd like to first thank you all for your leadership on this commission. And as the commission knows, technology and equipment are important to the modernization of the department and to ensure department personnel have the equipment that they need to serve the committee, the community. And we see how important technology is here when we don't have stable internet. So I apologize for that. We have Information Technology Agency looking into it. If I see everybody freeze, I'll try to freeze myself until we get back online. I would like to introduce the working group and not only introduce them, but also kind of tell a little bit about them and what they bring to the communication to the working group. I'll start with Mr. Brian Hoffer, who is on with me, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Commander. Just wanted to say thank you all, commissioners, for this opportunity. My name is Brian Hofer. I'm the chair of the City of Oakland's Privacy Commission, and I'm the executive director of Secure Justice, which is a nonprofit in the Bay Area that routinely consults with municipalities like yours across the country to establish civilian oversight and technology vetting frameworks. So really looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you, Brian. The rest of the group consists of the lead, which is Deputy Chief John McMahon, the Commanding Officer of Information Technology Bureau. Also not with us today, but also very integral in our communication was Ms. Mary Fulgeniti, who's been a lawyer over 20 years as a federal prosecutor, senior counsel with Jones Day, national news correspondent for ABC, and most recently head of investigations and compliance for the West Coast office of Stroh's Friedberg, a global security and investigation firm. And lastly, Mr. Darren Dorkan. Mr. Dorkan has spent over 30 years in technology and is currently the Chief Strategy Officer at Press Ganey, where he oversees organizational strategy, product development, data insights, and analytics platforms. Previously, Mr. Dorkan was the Chief Information Officer for Sears Sinai Systems here in Los Angeles, and also Chief Technology Officer in Boston Medical Center in Boston. Our group did recognize, as we went through the Board of Police Commission Advisory Committee recommendations with regards to technology and equipment, a theme. And the theme was informed decision-making, community input, and ongoing oversight and accountability with regards to the department's use of technology. This really helped us guide through our recommendations, and we came up with 4 tenets as we looked at the recommendations and moved forward. And that's constitutionality, public trust, the public's privacy, and transparency. How we prioritized within the technology working group is, based upon the department's proactive approach, a significant amount of the recommendations were already completed prior to the creation of our group. So therefore we focus on the remaining recommendations and which ones would have the most community and department impact. And I know all of you have the reports, so you have all that information with you, so we're not going to go in detail. But there is one item that I would like to focus on, other than the other recommendations, which were self-explanatory, which are food for officers at unusual occurrences for a long period of time, protective eyewear, buses and drivers, emergency text alerts, digitizing LAPD's outdated paper process. All these things are pretty self-explanatory. But there's one item where the working group most of our time discussing and in listening to the public comments for the public, and that's item 2 when you look at the after worksheet. I'm going to cover it from the perspective and talking to matter.
Okay, I suppose that was inevitable as we heard him slowly but surely fading out on us. Again, if Mr. Teefank, if you could let the commander know that he's frozen. Of course, Mr. Teefank's frozen as well. as is, it looks like, everybody at headquarters. Let me just see, Chief Choi, I wonder if you can assist in this situation, because I do see you moving.
I will call him right now.
Thank you very much. Oh, Commander Goodard, it looks like you're back.
I'm back. I'm back.
All right, sir.
So I did catch it. So I did stop my presentation. I'll get right back into it.
Thank you.
So like I was saying right before I got cut off by the internet, I'm going to cover the law enforcement aspect as relates to item 2. This was a lot of our discussion. And as we know, the world has moved online. I mean, we do so many things online, whether that's good or bad, that's where we're at. And law enforcement, public safety has a lot of situational awareness that we need to be aware of when it comes to this online environment. Crime and disorder, domestic extremism, international terrorism, wildfires, child endangerment, protests where violence and property damage is being encouraged. These are all things that we as law enforcement need to be aware of through these online platforms and communication. You know, we see threats online, from gang violence to school shooters to spontaneous organized looters hijacking otherwise peaceful protests. But it's important to keep in mind that prior to the use of any type of software for information on the internet, the department seeks articulable criminal nexus or legitimate law enforcement purposes in its use of open source social media information. This open source information is available to any member of the public. We do have some existing policy already in place. 2015 Major Crimes Division Social Media Guide, and also some things that are covered under the Emergency Operation Guides Volume 4 and 5. The software helps us due to the volume of information across so many platforms, channels, apps, and services. Software assists a small group of trained personnel in vetting and making sense of this information. And the department does not amass this information and save this information. We use it in real time for emergency management and then discard it or never even keep it in the first place with specific cases if there's evidentiary value to specific criminal investigations. Really, our law enforcement and peacekeeping mission remains the same, even with respect to the digital terrain. So we're just seeing how we do police work move from traditional 20th century offline to so many things now are online. And this item and this recommendation really goes to trying to leverage software as a tool so that we can better prepare and protect the public. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian to give the community perspective as it relates to the privacy and how we could use this software.
Thank you, Commander. And I'm going to kind of sketch out at a high level, and I know we're under a time constraint, just the technology vetting frameworks we have in the Bay Area, and then tie that into the social media software that is being proposed. There are 19 jurisdictions across the country that technology in a similar manner as Oakland. As you heard earlier in public comment from many individuals, folks want a meaningful voice. They want to have some input into the rulemaking process. They want adequate notice of these proposals so they can have meaningful input, not be limited to 2 minutes of public comment. What I see in Los Angeles is that you don't have a consistent operationalized process with community input, determine which uses are appropriate, which are not, and are outside, community norms, how to assess the potential impact, both positive, negative. And at the same time, all across the country, we're demanding accountability from the police department. And I believe we have a solution that addresses each of those concerns, which I'll quickly describe. I don't think it should be a foregone conclusion that any technology is going to be used or acquired. You got to complete an impact assessment first. It's unwise to release this invasive equipment out to the wild before we really understand it, the ongoing costs, which might hurt the taxpayer, legal liability, etc. The purpose specification must be clear. What is the goal? What are we trying to achieve? What data might we need to collect to achieve that goal? How long do we need to retain the data to achieve that goal? And that's where a community crafted use policy becomes a really critical piece. You heard Commander Goddard speak about social media technology, and products like Media Sonar and Data Miner are not benign. They can be extremely invasive to our privacy and civil liberties interests because they provide analytical tools. That's what you're purchasing. You could look at open source posts on your own, but the added features are where the invasiveness comes from. Sufficient guardrails need to be put in place to distinguish between tracking people simply because they're using hashtag BLM versus, some organizer for the Proud Boys saying show up with baseball bats and a bag of bricks. Clearly not 1A protected activity. And that's where you need to be able to draw those lines with community input to ensure that use is appropriate. But you can't just stop there. And this is what our working group really focused on is the department needs to come back on a periodic reporting basis and demonstrate use. As the commander was saying, what is that fact pattern? You need to be able to articulate it, to justify, to demonstrate to the community, hey, we had a legitimate public safety concern here. We were picking up intel from these folks, and that's why we did, X, Y, Z. And present that in a transparent manner. And ideally, you're going to show increased public safety metrics. You stayed within your budget. Maybe you identify policy tweaks that you need. But by having that operationalized framework in place that we've got in the Bay Area, you can begin to meaningfully address a lot of the community concerns that you folks have been hearing. So happy to answer questions and continue this offline. And I hope LA joins a large part of California that's heading in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffer. I appreciate it. And he echoed, like I had initially stated, we heard the board's recommendations from the advisory committee. We heard the informed data decision-making, the community input, the oversight, and accountability. This is
Okay, so
something that we are doing the way that we're operating as an organization. So that's my 10 minutes.
Very, very good. Thank you, Commander Gooder. Mr. Hofer, thank you so much for coming and for participating and sharing your expertise. I know the board will have additional questions. Assistant Chief Choi, did that conclude the presentations?
Yes, it did. Everyone has stayed on and we are open to questions.
Very good, thank you. I'll turn to questions now, and hopefully we won't lose the people from the department at headquarters. Ms. Shields, because I'm a little concerned of all the frozen pictures I'm seeing at the moment, I'm going to turn to you first, if you don't mind, and give my fellow commissioners time to organize their questions. Ms. Shields, I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about the advisory committee process. This is the first time we're actually hearing from, we've seen all the reports previously, but I wonder if you wouldn't mind just spending a few moments explaining to the commissioners, the public, the advisory committee process that took place.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. The advisory committee consisted of 16 members. Myself and Byron McLean co-chaired the advisory committee. And the work of the advisory committee was really to just accelerate the work of the commission. And so we focused our areas on 5 primary areas. And we split up into committees, which basically met on a weekly basis for several months. And in these specific areas, discipline and accountability, current reforms proposals, which was analyzing really what the best practices are. And the third area was the reviewing of past LAPD reform report recommendations, starting with the Christopher Commission, the consent decree, and the 21st century recommendations from Obama's task force. The next area was recruitment, hiring, retention, and training, and finally data collection and retention. And the report that was, I think, disclosed May 21st, 2021, earlier this year, itemizes, a lot of the work that we did, and also who we heard from, both in the community forums, during our meetings, and also the resources. Like there's 20 pages of resources that was reviewed in connection with us formulating those recommendations. And again, the community forums were just so helpful because we heard not only from members of the community, but also specific experts like Mr. Hoffer, who was just speaking, who really, his entire presentation talked about, how is it that new technology should be approved, reviewed, and authorized, and that really, became the, one of our primary recommendations in the data and technology. So it's so great to both hear from him again, and also that he's involved in the implementation and the working group. But that's essentially the type that we looked for experts who really understood a particular area and made sure that the LAPD was going to be best in class. And for the past reforms, again, a lot of the past reports, there hadn't been a full accounting of what were the past orders that the department had been under and where were they in that spectrum. So now we have a comprehensive list of all of the past reforms and where the department is on all of those reforms, and that is now public. In terms of the literature review for the current reforms, again, there's 20 pages worth of resources that were reviewed and the people that we've heard from. And in addition, we did comparative analyses of policies across different departments to understand what different departments across the country were doing. And again, making sure that the policies of the department are updated regularly, but we always want to make sure that we are as inclusive and as best in class as possible. And so that was another factor that we did. And so those are, and the report has a number of the different recommendations that came out of each of the working groups. And in addition to our internal meetings, again, we had 5 community meetings and forums that we held throughout September and October of last year. So hopefully that answers your question. Happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
It does. Thank you, Ms. Shields. I very much appreciate your service on that advisory committee and then continuing it through into the current work in developing the implementation plan. So thank you very much. I do want to ask Mr. Hofer, if you don't mind, sir. First of all, thank you also for being here and for, of course, as Ms. Shields said, presenting in our public forum last year and for being a source of expertise that we've been able to turn to. I thank you for being here. And I wonder, sir, if you wouldn't mind speaking in a little more detail about your technology vetting frameworks that have been implemented in different parts of the state. As you know, it's something that is of interest to me as technology blossoms everywhere. We have to ensure we're both ensuring public safety, but protecting individual privacy and developing an appropriate framework. It seems like now is time or past time. Would you mind just expounding on that a little bit, sir?
Sure. Like the other 19 jurisdictions that are referred, we follow the ACLU model, CCOPS, Community Control Over Policing Surveillance, which created, it really took just disparate procurement practices and put it into one streamlined process. It provides consistency, uniformity. People know where to go to look for information. It really relies on providing metrics that have not generally been provided in staff reports before, so that you can make better informed decisions. And it does take a look at the financial side as well, not just civil liberties impact, which is probably most folks' concern, but some of this stuff just doesn't work, or you forget about ongoing costs and maintenance, and then it blows up in your face later, and just isn't good government. We'll put it that way. But by vetting technology ahead of time, you can deal with any potential negatives, hopefully by crafting a good use policy. It should mitigate any of the concerns that you raised during that vetting. And by providing lengthier notice provisions, in California with the 72-hour Brown Act, you post something on a Friday and then vote on a Tuesday. That's not meaningful community engagement. We craft, in Oakland, we have a privacy commission. San Diego's about to be joining us as well. Other folks use existing police commissions as sort of that body integrated into the process, but it creates an additional public platform. You can have more engagement, and it's usually a little bit more informative than in front of the city council. Ultimately, the city council would retain authority on those decisions if you follow the Bay Area model. The ongoing annual reporting stage, I think, is the most critical for all stakeholders. Demonstrate what you did. Ideally, it's good behavior, public safety effectiveness, and that you protected the taxpayer. But if not, it's also good to know that to either inform policy changes or provide better training, or to just deal with your budget concerns. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chief Choi, just a brief question, and then I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. You and I believe Ms. Rhodes also spoke about the document as a living document. And there's phraseology used in some of the charts like standard practice. And I just want to be sure when using a term like that, it might mean that the department is already implementing it's part of your procedures, but that you do intend to review it to ensure that you're always ensuring best practice in that category. Am I interpreting your charts correctly?
Yes, absolutely. Well, this will be an ongoing process.
So periodically you intend to review these items to ensure that that the department hasn't fallen behind on best practices, correct?
Yes, absolutely. These will, in the bigger picture, these will all be projected out, and we'll track projects and give periodic updates from everybody that's assigned these recommendations.
Okay, very good. Ms. Rhodes, I saw you came back up. So.
I would really just echo that in terms of discussions with the working group and with our commissioner representative. We want to make sure that these things come together in a holistic and meaningful manner for the AAR, and then for the advisory committee. Yes, it needs to be ongoing and updated as things change, as the department changes, as changes happen in our community.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Let me then turn to my fellow commissioners for questions. Commissioner Briggs, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker. And I want to thank all of the presenters today for putting together such a comprehensive report. It's well thought out. It encompasses various points of view. And I think that the recommendations are exceedingly well presented, and hopefully they'll be well received by those across the city. With regard to this question in particular is for Deputy Chief Tengridis. She's Chief Tengridis, you're still there. Thank you. So my question is, in reviewing the report on community relations and trust building, one of the issues that was identified by the advisory committee report dealt with bias-free policing. Can you speak to how the concern with bias-free policing intersects with community policing concepts throughout the department?
Absolutely, Commissioner. I think first it's important to note that a lot of the recommendations will cross-reference with the Office of Operations and our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Office. So in looking at, the RIPA data and our community sentiment surveys and feedback as it relates to bias policing and building trust, we will look at it from that community trust building lens, as well as our DEIO, and then the data that the department's collecting. What's really important about this best practices committee that we're putting together is ensuring that we have a community voice in this committee, and that we're able to understand that feedback from the LMU study and our community sentiment surveys as it relates to that subject of bias policing and building trust in the community.
Thank you, Chief Tengridis. But on a practical level, members of the community are heard to complain that they are treated differently than say and specifically members of the community in the South Bureau complain that they are treated differently than say members of the community in the West Bureau. And to that point, how does community policing help establish, hey, we are trying to provide a concept here that demonstrates there is no bias in policing. This will help us go a long way in demonstrating or establishing the type of community trust that is needed. Can you speak to that, please?
Absolutely. I think first and foremost is listening and hearing that and understanding that. And the fact that we're really looking at utilizing those sentiment surveys and listening and hearing and understanding that is important. I think second is, and I don't know if Director Rhodes wants to talk about the RIPA data and what we're looking at and the feedback from that and officers' actions. But that's a really important reason why we have Isaiah here today. He is working and living in a district that feels like it has the most contact with law enforcement and at times perceived as the most negative contact with law enforcement. And working alongside our city partners and our council members and really uplifting that community voice to understand why. And then ensuring that the community understands some of our policies and procedures. We utilize those days of dialogue, those opportunities to have the conscious conversations like public engagement section is doing, and really building those relationships and then getting to an understanding of how and why we police in the community. And then also training our officers to understand how sometimes their actions can be received from the community as being biased. And part of that is the history books that our department's working on, understanding the culture of the communities that our officers are working in, understanding why people of color are apprehensive to engage with law enforcement. And that first encounter might start off with tension because of our past history. It's really important that we acknowledge that it exists, but it's also important that we give our officers the tools and understanding and training to understand that's how people feel in communities that have the highest contact with law enforcement. And then evaluating that and ensuring that our training and our engagement and our outreach uplifts that community voice and meets the needs and the expectations of those fears that people of color in our communities have.
Thank you, Chief. I want to ask Director Rhodes a similar question with respect to bias-free policing and how the focus of her group on policy development and legal considerations in thinking about that concern expressed by the community is addressed with regard to consensual searches and policy on completion of filled interview cards.
So in terms of the after action reports don't discuss that, but the advisory committee report and recommendations do. Many of those recommendations were also found in the IG's stop recommendations. And so the goal here is to have a multi-layered approach to making sure that we have good community relations and build community trust. One of the foundational ways we can do that is through our policies and then educating our people on the policies and then enacting those policies and putting those policies into action and having procedural justice. So sort of at the foundational level, we have worked on policies, including, as you have said, Commissioner, the consent to search policies, which tell people that they have a right to say no and advise people of their rights on an individual basis. We have also we have revised the FI cards to conform with some of the IG's recommendations about not using them in all cases, not using them randomly. We no longer participate in Cal gangs. Those are sort of foundational level policies. Then we have training on those, and that becomes procedure. And then, of course, as I think Dr. Seal helped us understand, we have accountability to make sure that those things are put in place. And we have to go back and look at them again and again to make sure that the policy is as explicit and as we can, and best in class as we can get, that the training supports that, and that people are actually doing what the policy and the training, are attempting to create for the best environment.
So, Ms. Rhodes, if I may, just press a little further on this question here. Are you saying that we are that your committee is recommending and or adopting policies specifically around filled interview cards, that to the extent that filled interview cards are used in, say, for example, South Central Los Angeles, whenever a motorist is stopped and a police officer decides he's going to complete this filled interview card, the same criteria that he used in determining to use that filled interview card in South Central Los Angeles is going to be used in West Los Angeles or in San Fernando Valley, so that there is not this perception that this filled interview card is only used when it is a person of color who's being stopped.
So in answer to your question, yes, the policy is departmental, a departmental policy, and it will be used in each bureau, in each division, in each stop by each officer. The only thing I would say is that policy came out of the IG's report, not the advisory committee. So our working group was not involved in that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rose. Commissioner Decker, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Commissioner Soboroff, do you have questions, sir?
One question and then one comment. The first question is in the Chaliff report, there were, I know some of the stuff was duplicative, and so we think that we've got it covered. There was one item that cost, I can't even remember, I think it was about 60% of the total recommendation. It was well over $30 million that is not included in these recommendations. And I'd just like to have someone just bring some light on that. Was that the adding the new department or the new oversight? I'm not sure which one it was.
I could talk about that, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
That was regarding standing up the Strategic Incident Management Bureau. And we approached that recommendation differently in that we have Emergency Services Division and we have the Major Incident Response Team there. Rather than staffing a deputy chief, a commander, all their support staff, and so on to create a bureau, what we opted to do was bolster or increase personnel at our existing structure to save a huge amount of money and still accomplish the same thing, which is providing training from our recruits all the way up to our command staff regarding emergency response.
And Commissioner, that's under priority 3 for training.
That's what I thought.
Is the recommendation there.
Okay. My comment is that all the ingredients that went into this, the careful process, public input, best practices, level of expertise from within, without the department, and from without the department. I am proud of the end product and think that it did great justice to what the council was asking about, and I'm very supportive of approving this personally and transmitting it back to the council for their action.
Thank you, Commissioner Soboroff. Commissioner Bonner, questions, sir?
Sure. First, couple of comments first. One, I wanted to direct to Dr. Seal. I don't know, people didn't realize what she had said earlier. The last time I heard her voice was some 30 years ago when she was paging me to answer a telephone call over the intercom system. So even pre-cell phones, if you will. So congratulations on your ascendancy. It's good to see you're doing well, and in particular appreciate your contribution to the issues that we're working through here today. So thank you for that. Secondly, I wanted to ask, I don't know if Mr. Hoffer is still with us or not, but I did have a question either for him or Commander Goddard relative to the technology. There was the reference to some 19 other jurisdictions that have different or that are monitoring technology in manner similar to what LAPD is doing. And there was the reference also to the 2015 social media guide, I think you said was put out by the Major Crimes Division. Question just being in the course of the discussions, I'd see Mr. Hopper's back with us, so if you care to comment. This is on the issue of personal privacy and expectations relative to social media. And the question is, from what you learned or understand about what the department is doing and preparing to do, how does the current practices here fit relative to what you see elsewhere as it relates again to protecting personal privacy?
What I haven't seen in Los Angeles is those other missing components that we have. A use policy with sufficient guardrails that have been created with community input that create some friction points around use. Whether it's the standard, reasonable suspicion and probable cause, some sort of standard to use, a reporting obligation so that the community understands how you actually used it. I know we get a little tied into sort of, privacy in a public post where you might not have a reasonable expectation of privacy. I just want folks to understand there are more civil liberties at play. Your freedom of association, your freedom of expression. And with these specific companies, Data Miner, Media Sonar, we've seen the ACLU revealed in Fresno, for example, that the vendor was coaching the police department on specifically targeting BLM, how to put in the hashtags and a profile essentially BLM organizers. I don't see guardrails protecting against that in Los Angeles at present. My understanding is that those guardrails are going to be developed and hopefully a reporting obligation along with that.
Appreciate that. Commander, did you want to comment in particular? I think, again, when I'm, and this is Mr. Hoffer's comments are very relevant. When I'm thinking of my mind is, we have a system and a process around, for example, the use of drones, the unmanned, the aerial systems. And I'm not suggesting that needs to be the same case relative to in this area, but the question is, is that what are the guardrails, if you will, that have been put in place, and will they, whether it's through this process of implementing some of these recommendations or otherwise, is there a plan to further review the 2015 social media guide or any other policies that may be relevant?
Commissioner, I believe when we look at quality through continuous improvement, I think we'd always should be looking at how we can do some of these things. And we are going to have these conversations as a result of these recommendations and making sure that there are guardrails, talking with OCPP, talking with the chief of police, and making sure when I talk to the subject matter experts, I can tell you what they told me is, no, they are not doing these things. They are not seeking out individuals and groups just because of their group or their affiliation. But it would be nice to make sure that we look at that 2015 Major Crimes Division media guide and make sure that these guardrails are in there. If they're not, then we update these things as we progress into this new age of social media and intelligence.
Appreciate that. And through whatever appropriate means, I'd like to either send me the guide, or if it's on the LAN or something, maybe you can direct me to it, but it'd be helpful to take a look.
I will email it to you, sir.
Appreciate that. The other questions that I had were go probably to a combination of Deputy Chief Reyna and Troy. And broadly speaking, what I'm still trying to get my mind around is some of the cost and what the expectation is there. And in particular, like both the document itself, and I think you emphasized this, Chief Choi, in your comments, that what's being presented here is our additional costs, so things that are not being handled through the current budget and so on. So, for example, when I think when I just tallying it up, I'm not sure this is correct, but I think counting it up, there's a request for a total of 31 additional sworn personnel for what presumably an ongoing cost of about 11,288,000 or thereabout. So those are again looking at what I presume would be ongoing costs. So part of the question is, assuming that's true, is that would that 31 be in addition to the 9,457 that are approved in the actual budget? So that's really that's one question. Is I presume that all of these additional personnel costs are in addition to what's already approved.
The answer is yes. These are additional authorities that we're requesting to carry out the recommendations within these after action and advisory committee reports.
And does that then mean that because then presumably that means that this would show up in the budget proposal for next year and be put forward, and therefore, if it were not approved, is the department then saying that you would not be doing the things delineated here?
Oh, so the first point is yes. Every penny that we show here of the 18 million, which includes the personnel, is being requested in this upcoming budget process for next fiscal year. Again, this is a process. We will continue. If we don't get these positions approved or funds approved, doesn't mean we absolutely won't do them. What we're going to have to do is revisit again as we move forward to continue to monitor progress to see if we can shift or reprioritize in what we get done. However, I will tell you that the asks that we're making today for the personnel and the money is something that we believe is absolutely critical in accomplishing these tasks.
No, yeah, I get it. I mean, I read this. You're saying this is the department's best estimate as what it would cost to substantially improve the level of service and safety provided both to officers and the public in the context of these protest and large crowd situations, right? I mean, is that fair to say in a nutshell?
But shedding a little more light on that as well, a lot of these costs are overtime costs to train our personnel. If we don't have those costs to backfill these positions and we continue with the training, these are officers that are not patrolling the streets and ensuring safety and
Am I the only one that?
So we've lost Chief Choi. It looks like he is frozen, but it does look like other.
And but Commander Reyna's still with us. I see he's still moving, so he can still.
Yeah, others are moving, and maybe
okay.
Can tell Chief Choi.
Commander Reyna, you can, or Chief Reyna, you can probably answer it's still a similar question. And one of the first things I'm also struggling is relative to training, because that was one of the areas that Chief Choi was just starting to address, but also is one of the major cost elements of the report. And one thing I have learned, just as I've been still trying to become more knowledgeable about the department, is that currently, if I ask you today, like, what is the baseline cost of training on in-service training on an annual basis? Is there an easy answer to that?
There really isn't. It's fluid. It's kind of hard. For example, we may put on a watch commander school. New lieutenants go through a certification school before they sit in as a watch commander. That could happen every month. That could happen every quarter. It just depends on the promotional process within the department. So to kind of put your finger on it and put a number with it's very difficult when it comes to in-service training, because it is so fluid. And for example, with the mobile field force, it started last summer after the civil unrest. That was something unprecedented for us, taking that on, which is not consistent each year. So that would have increased that cost tremendously compared to other years. So it's kind of hard to put your finger on the overall cost of in-service training.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and that's still, I just note it's still an area of ongoing concern. And I'd say that, and what I'm saying is that, we had earlier this, I think it was June of last year, we had, I think, a pretty substantive training plan that was put before us. I think there was some further update to it in November of last year. At least I got some supplemental information, and some of that was talking about the resumption of some training that had been put aside and impacted by COVID, and some areas of where you're playing catch up. There are some additional, even in June, I think the report initially after the protest, there was a reference to the mobile field force and a lot of the training that was being picked up immediately, or that you were shifting to the top of the list immediately. And so you've had a lot of that kind of going on, together, in addition to various elements of mandatory training and the like. And then now we have this effort that's that is potentially going to be in the mix. Now, if I understood Chief Choi a moment ago in saying that if the council were not to approve these resources, then you're not necessarily making that commitment to proceed with and accomplish everything that's listed in this report. But my assumption is that since some of this you are doing already by necessity, I'm saying in terms of how to equip people to deal with these large situations, that there is going to be a constant pressure on that training effort across the board. So the more it would be helpful just if we could bring forward on even more transparency around what are the costs of training. I understand, to me, most of that is personnel costs, the time of people not being on patrol and being somewhere else and so on and so forth. But it's something that's going to be important for us to, I think, to understand better, just so that we're all assured that all of the various training needs that come across in various contexts are actually being met. So
if I could just add, Commissioner, one thing I just want to point out, when looking at, let's say, for example, the mobile field force training, 6,500 personnel trained over, let's say, the last year, please think about that when COVID came in, a tremendous amount of in-service training was halted. However, we felt it was a priority and a necessity to move forward with the mobile field force training under certain conditions and restrictions for that training. Had COVID not been here, and it would have been extremely difficult to be pulling 6,500 people in the last year out of the streets, plus all the in-service training that were mandated by post mandates, plus all the other in-service training that LAPD mandates. To put all that together would be a tremendous strain on our patrol plan and our patrol operations. So now that, in a sense, I'm not saying we're coming out of COVID, but we're re-implementing certain in-service training. We're getting to that point soon, I would imagine in the next couple, 2-3 months, where we're at this point where we have a tremendous amount of training that's mandated, that we're talking about how are we going to do that with all on-duty resources without impacting patrol, without impacting the safety of the citizens of Los Angeles. It's going to be a tremendous undertaking for the department without the funding to do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's partially, in part just what I'm saying. I'm making the same point, but I'm also making the point that, broadly speaking, training is, or at least is viewed as the answer to a lot of problems or a lot of questions. And so often, there's a risk that by accretion, you continue to say, okay, we'll train this, we'll train on that, we'll run everybody through this, run everybody through that. And you can lose, track, or at least as a commissioner, I've already lost track of not only is all the necessary training being accomplished, which sounds like you're doing the best you can, but also what's the cost of that? And again, just emphasizing for people that really, at least in my mind, when you're talking training, the cost of the ammunition and the other infrastructure that supports that is meaningful as well, but it's dwarfed by the personnel cost, which before I just kind of close, let me ask one other clarification about the overtime element of this. On at the introduction, this is on that introductory memo on page 5, there's a reference to the $4.3 million in overtime that's included. And I couldn't tell whether that is inclusive of also in the policy development legal considerations, there was almost $500,000 or $492 to be precise, and overtime. I didn't know, is that $492,000 included in the 4.3 million, or is that in addition to?
No, it's included. It's all inclusive.
Right. Okay. And then the overtime is in addition to the personnel costs that we just talked about, right? In other words, there's some hiring of some actual people, but then there's also the additional overtime that's in addition to the hiring.
Yes, there'll be additional overtime, but there'll also be a lot of absorbed costs where we're using on-duty resource to the extent we can to, as far as the instructors or to provide some of the training. So again, we've done our best to minimize what our ask is and still accomplish these recommendations.
Right, I got it. Okay. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, one last question, actually, for this is probably for Chief Choi. Can you also help me just in terms of where procedurally, you know, if this goes through today, because I do have some, you know, concern about, I think you explained to me yesterday that the next step would be for this to actually be divvied up into some actual projects that would be assigned and staffed out and to be monitored. But I'm also wanting to understand what the potential off ramps might be, if you know necessary. In other words, if there is some element of this for whatever reason, whether it's some of the questions Commissioner Briggs was asking or any other chance that this relates to other things that the commission is doing, are there off ramps in that process as well that would allow us to then either ask you to pull back or accelerate in any given area?
Yes, absolutely. So based on the framework, every commissioner is assigned to one of the working groups or the advisory committee. These groups are going to continue to work and meet and discuss this plan as we move forward and implement these recommendations. It won't be as frequent as, at least as the advisory committee has been met, but we will meet to just get updates to provide a full update in 6 months. Now, after today, if this plan is approved, I will work with the chief of staff. We're going to project these recommendations out to the 4 working groups with periodic updates to the chief of police so we can monitor what is going on and what is progressing. So as these recommendations are being implemented and the working groups meet, you being on policy legal considerations will have an opportunity to discuss those particular policies and legal considerations with that group as they're being implemented. Or if you see something that you may have a different perspective or a different opinion on something, that can be given to that working group, and then any modifications that are identified that are agreed to can happen.
Right, and the one that comes to mind potentially is the conversation we're having earlier about the media guide. That say, for example, we have some further discussion of that. There's some concerns raised. Just want to make sure that by approving this, we're not deemed as approving any policy or putting anything on autopilot, so that if there was an issue raised, that the commission decides to intervene in some way, that would flow through, if you will, to this work as well, right?
Yes, the working groups, even though the commissioners are on them, it's not approval of any policy. That's still, each policy that's developed still has to go through the normal process of approval.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonner. And I'd like to thank all of our presenters today. Thank you for your time, both here today, most importantly, all the time you put in to get us here today. Thank you very much. Before I make a brief concluding remarks, and Madam Secretary, if that panelist would like to leave, I'm sure some of them may have a few other things to do, but with our eternal thanks, thank you all. Before I close us out, Chief Moore, I'd like to see, sir, if you would like to just make some brief comments before we proceed on this matter.
Thank you, Vice President Decker. Before we lose our community members, I just want to send out a thank you to Dr. Steele, Dr. Shields, Mr. Hoffner. Your participation in this is extremely critical. Your work and policy development, let me commit to you, and as I know that our deputy chiefs and assistant chiefs have been on this, as well as with members of the Board of Police Commissioners, that we are digging this full-hearted headlong. These 3 reports, plus the work, I think profound work of the advisory committee and their historic view and framework, I believe sets us up for the next decade of not just dealing with the aftermath of the civil unrest and the department's performance and the shortfalls and challenges we had there, but also in regards to the larger issue that Commissioner President Briggs brought up, which is what is the bias policing and how does that interact and interplay with community policing and building trust in our communities. I could not be prouder of the team that this collective has pulled together. And while members of the public or others may look and believe that this is taken too great a time, I have never seen this level and this comprehensive nature accomplished in anywhere near this short of a time frame. Secondly, I want to thank our department personnel working in concert with our community voices in coming up with a schematic that allows us to implement substantial, ongoing, and persistent training, outreach, and engagement with our community, continued evolution of policy. Nothing is static in this organization, including Mr. Brian Hofer, your remarks about the information gathering that we do in open source, and it's, while it may be lawful and may be constitutional, what is its implications on privacy interests that the community has a right to have voice in, and we as a department look to develop those mechanisms to give this an assurance that while members within a community can have many different voices, that they feel they have a voice in the process of, as the department moves forward in trying to protect the members of all of our communities and all of the interests that are engaged in this. So this has been just a tremendous outreach and engagement and productive work forward. Now, but this is just the next step. What is really critical is that this city continue, and its elected leaders, as well as this commission and this department, that we continue to invest what is needed for 21st century policing, and that we do it in a manner that's responsible, that has a fidelity to what we're going to get accomplished here. Yet we also know that there'll be critics and those that may see different avenues, and that's where we come back with you with the ongoing commissioner involvement in the subcommittees, as well as on our periodic reports back to this commission, because as changes need to occur, as adoption needs to be incorporated into the path forward, our commitment to you is to do just that and do it in a transparent fashion. So good step at this point. Much more work to do, and I appreciate all the hands that are around here that have gotten us to this point today. And I ask for this commission's support on this report.
Thank you, Chief Moore. Much appreciated. So now, Madam Secretary, we can let all of our gracious community leaders and members of the department who've been presenting go with our eternal thanks. And to my fellow commissioners, first, I'd like to extend my thanks to Commissioner Briggs. Thank you for being so generous and allowing me to continue to see through to the conclusion the implementation of all of these reports that came through while I served as president. Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. Colleagues, you know, these reports focus on incredibly important things: effective community engagement, support of First Amendment expression, updating policies, procedures, training, the effective use of technology to ensure we have an effective framework to evaluate the importance of the technology and also the privacy issues that are involved. The report, the implementation, all this work that has gone into it gives us an effective roadmap for the future. One of the most important issues, I mean, they're all incredibly important, but I am going to turn to training for one moment because it's one of the few areas that costs additional money where it is not feasible for the department to absorb all of those costs. It should be no surprise to anyone that training is key to improvement. That is how it is in most organizations. And of course, for police departments, it's important that training be used as a key to avoid issues of the past. I do understand that there are many who believe that the money should not be spent on this department, that it should go elsewhere. I understand the city does need to invest in community resources, but I also believe the city needs to invest in the department as well and in these training procedures. These issues I don't think are mutually exclusive. We can invest in the community, we can invest in this department, and we cannot ignore what it takes to have an effective department. Training officers protects the community they all serve, and it protects the officers as well, particularly in those tense moments, whether it be at a protest, maybe a call for everyday service, community events, or those life and death situations. We must do more to ensure that every officer gets continuing education, to improve their skills, to be sure their skills remain current, to ensure we avoid the loss of life that can happen, and to ensure peaceful protests. and to be sure that all of our officers are working within the constitutional boundaries that they are required to work. All of the reports we have in front of us tell us that. They tell us that repeatedly, and we cannot ignore it. And in my opinion, we have to act, and that we as a commission must ensure that in our oversight role, we're doing everything we can to avoid the loss of life, ensure those peaceful protests take place, and that every Angelino is treated with dignity and respect. That's what I'm personally hoping that we achieve through this process, through this roadmap, and that's why I will be voting to support this proposal. I thank you for your indulgence, and with that, I will move the matter forward. I will move that we adopt and approve the department's report. Is there a second to that?
I second that motion, Commissioner Decker. I would also add that we transmit it to both the mayor's office as well as city council.
Thank you, Commissioner Briggs. With that friendly amendment, I agree. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner Briggs.
Thank you, Commissioner Decker, and thank you for taking the lead on such an important issue to our community. Thank you for seeing it to conclusion. I know it's been tremendous work, tremendous time and effort on your part, but your stewardship and your leadership on this issue has been greatly appreciated, not only by the fellow commissioners, but I believe by the city as well. And thank you again. At this time, commissioners, there being no further business, I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll see you next meeting. Take care.
Thank you.
Be safe.